Recording in progress. Recording in progress.
6 7อ๋อ7 คนเต็มโต๊ะเลยนี่หว่าฮัลโหลเอียวได้ยินปะไม่ได้ยิน Good morning, Celine. I can see you join as the panelist. Can we do a quick check for your connection, please?
Sure.
Can you turn on your camera for a bit?
Just give me a moment. Hi. I cannot start my video because the host
okay.
has stopped
Sorry,
it. Yeah.
I have to give you the co-host role.
Right.
But she's also a
Sorry.
speaker, no?
Okay, I think you can do now.
How's that?
Morning, Celine.
Morning. And you're Kay.
No, I'm Alice.
Oh, you're Alice. Hi, Alice.
Hello, Sabahan.
Oh, orang Sabah ya.
Sabahan. I'm here to support.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. That's
You.
awesome.
Yeah,
This sounds good.
I think so.
Dira?
Yeah. Looks good.
Okay.
Maybe because just in terms of visual, I think maybe if you can move your camera because it cuts your head.
Is this okay?
Yeah, it's fine.
Right. That's good.
Okay. All right. Just text me if you have any problems, no?
Sure. No problem.
Okay. I'll
Thanks.
just see you.
Okay, thank you.
Check.
Sounds great, but it's true. Again. So, also, burn sorry. Is that the one? That one's not good. How much burn that out? I was supposed to have wait. That's the thing, is that I've been so so I like mine. That's what it is. But I want it. So that's no, you know, you have something like this. What is the best one?
Yeah. That's
Good morning, everyone. We're about to begin shortly. Good morning and welcome to day 3 of the UN Responsible Business and Human Rights Forum 2023, From Commitment to Action. My name is Belinda Shatrayo from the UN Development Program. Before we start with day 3, it will be good to take some time to recap what we went through yesterday, what we learned, some of the challenges we unpacked, and some of the actions that we committed to. So without much further ado, I believe a video will be shown shortly, showing us the day 2 recap. Thank you. At the core of discussions during day 2 was the idea around power imbalances. How do we take intersectional approaches? How do we meaningfully consult stakeholders such as women, indigenous peoples groups, children, on some of the key issues that they're facing, particularly on how business operations impact them disproportionately within their operations and their value chain.
Stop seeing communities as homogeneous group. We don't talk about a community. We talk about communities. There are various subgroups. People are affected differently. There are vulnerable groups. There are women who are disproportionately affected. So that's super important.
What impresses me is the diversity of people that look into these issues and how they try to find through business and human rights a framework to advance the right to the development, the right of indigenous people, labor rights, a lot of different issues which are really important.
I think we need to empower more people on the ground who are impacted by business activities or who are impacted by the government actions and policies. So power imbalances must be addressed, and we need to preserve the civic space.
As just one entity, but looking at the layers both horizontally and vertically, the tendency is there is a fear or a lack of courage to come out and talk about risks, particularly in the human rights space. So there needs to be a conducive environment within companies that enables people to talk about those risks, confront those risks. And it's not that it's not happening. I mean, if you look at innovation, artificial intelligence, we don't know a lot about it, but companies are willing to take those risks. And there is that environment that promotes innovation and then coming out.
Extreme heat waves, extreme hot weather, lack of rain. So this is impacting both the humans, biodiversity, agriculture. So it has to be prioritized.
Thank you. It was certainly an action-filled day, to say the least. And before we officially begin day 3, I start off with a common reminder, an announcement. It seems a phone has been found. So if you have lost a phone, please proceed to the Security Control Center on the ground floor. Thank you. Now to day 3. A lot has been said about moving from stakeholder participation to meaningful stakeholder consultation. And nowhere so is this evident as with the issues around strategic litigation against public participation, particularly against human rights defenders. I am pleased to share that to open the next session, which is aptly entitled Addressing SLAPP Against Human Rights Defenders in Southeast Asia, Challenges and Lessons Learned. And without much further ado, I'd like to introduce Katia Kiritsi, I hope I pronounced that correctly, the Deputy Regional Representative of OHCHR. Thank you.
Good morning and a very warm welcome to this session. On behalf of the co-organizers, the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights, the ICJ and the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. Today, we are privileged to be joined by a distinguished panel and in this room and online. And we will look at identifying and discussing the key human rights issues related to SLAPPs in the region, discuss the current and potential legislative policy developments to address and prevent SLAPPs, and share lessons learned and recommendations for future action to address the human rights challenges related to SLAPP. So starting from my left, today we have Mr. Pochoy Labog from the Business and Human Rights Resource Center, Kunankana Nilapajit, prominent women human rights defender, Ms. Sanshawan K. Shrisod, she will be moderating the panel. We have Dr. Pichamon Yopantong, who is the chair of the Working Group on Business and Human Rights. And we have joining us online from Malaysia, Ms. Celine Lim from Safe Rivers. And so we really look forward to the discussion that will follow. This session is especially timely given that in 2023 we marked the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, as well as the 25th anniversary of the UN Declaration on Human Rights Defenders. So these milestones really provide us with an important opportunity for reflection and renewed momentum to transform commitment into action. Human rights defenders play a critical role on highlighting human rights abuses in the context of business operation and practices, calling attention to human rights concerns linked to business operations, supply chains, advocating for more responsible business practices, and overall highlighting the primary responsibilities of duty bearers. Across the region, human rights defenders have shed light on the adverse impacts of several human rights activities, including infrastructure development, mining operations, and the construction of large-scale hydropower dams and other large-scale development projects. So the work of human rights defenders is critical to address all of these issues, including, for instance, the triple planetary crisis on climate change, biodiversity loss, pollution, as well as contributing to the realization of the right to a healthy environment and the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. Against this backdrop, human rights defenders across the region continue to face significant challenges in their work, including harassment, discrimination, and violence from both state and non-state actors. Judicial harassment constitutes the most common form of attack against human rights defenders, and this includes arbitrary detention, criminalization, and strategic lawsuits against public participation, or SLAPPs. SLAPPs are increasingly being used to silence individuals from speaking out on human rights violations and issues of concern. And this has had a chilling effect on the exercise of freedom of expression and peaceful assembly, and discourages public participation, and including in policy and decision making. It also encourages and requires self-censorship as a reaction, and deters human rights defenders from doing their legitimate work. The business practice of filing SLAPP cases against human rights defenders stands in direct contradiction to the commitment of businesses to respecting human rights, as well as identifying, preventing, and mitigating risks to human rights defenders, as also elaborated under the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. Arrests and prosecutions for online expression, including on social media, have also become increasingly frequent in the region. And while there is no readily available data to accurately estimate the number of criminal actions against human rights defenders, journalists, and other critics of online activity, the problem is widespread and is a part of a global concerning trend. Women human rights defenders are in the forefront of challenging land grabbing and environmental degradation, building the awareness of communities on their rights, advocating with the authorities on their responsibility, and reporting on practices of forced rebel. And because of that, they are disproportionately targeted by SLAPPs. So it is paramount to recognize that human rights defenders play a key role in promoting human rights, due diligence, as well as enabling business enterprises to better understand the concerns of affected stakeholders. And because of that, they should be engaged as partners and not be silenced or treated as threats. States and business actors must take immediate action to stop the use of SLAPPs against individuals and communities who speak up against injustice in the context of business operations. And I would like to end this opening by sharing a few quotes from the Special Rapporteur on Human Rights Defenders, which are of strong relevance to our region. It is extremely concerning how SLAPPs have become a staple in the manipulation of the judicial system by business actors to stop legitimate human rights work, restrict civic space, and repress dissenting voices. States have a duty to protect defenders against SLAPPs and should pass anti-SLAPP legislation in order to facilitate a safe and enabling environment where criticism is part of a healthy debate. Business actors also have the responsibility to commit to a clear public policy of a zero tolerance to attacks on defenders and refrain from using this tactic to stop public participation. Space for defenders to carry out their work must be free from any interference and attack. And so with that, we really hope that this discussion today will provide an open space for dialogue and discussion and recommendations for future action to address the human rights challenges related to the use of SLAPP in the region. Thank you very much. And now it's my pleasure to invite Mr. Pochoy Labog from the Business and Human Rights Resource Center to deliver a presentation which will really help us setting the scene as an important segue to the panel discussion that will follow. Pochoy is a human rights lawyer and advocate who, prior to joining the center, he has been working with Natural Resource Center and Friends of Earth in the Philippines as coordinator of the legal rights as well. So over to you, Pochoy. We look forward to your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Katia. I have a presentation. First of all, I'd like to greet everyone. Good morning, and just to say that it's a pleasure and a privilege for me to be part of this panel and to have this opportunity to set the scene for this panel on this session in addressing SLAPPs against human rights defenders in Southeast Asia. So to give a proper situationer, I would say that we cannot really divorce SLAPPs from the general situation of human rights defenders as they work to protect the rights of people and themselves. So I'd like to share some of our research or latest statistics between January 2015 to March 2023. So according to our research, the Resource Center tracked more than 4,700 attacks during this period against human rights defenders. So this raises concerns about business practices around the world. In 2022 alone, we tracked 555 attacks, so revealing that on average, more than 10 defenders were attacked every single week. The attacks we collect include killings, threats, violence, and other forms of intimidation used to silence human rights defenders and their work. 3/4 of the attacks, which is 75%, were against climate, land, and environmental defenders. Over a fifth of the attacks, 23%, were against indigenous defenders, who are protecting over 80% of the world's remaining biodiversity. We think that this is just the tip of the iceberg, of course. Our research is just based on publicly available information, and as many attacks, especially non-lethal attacks. So these include death threats, judicial harassment, and physical violence. If these attacks never make it to media sources, and there's a significant gap in government monitoring of the attacks. So we think the problem is more severe than the figures indicate. And since we began tracking in 2015, it's Latin America and the Asia Pacific that's consistently been the most dangerous regions for defenders. In 2022, the highest number of attacks in Asia are from Cambodia, 40 incidents, and in the Philippines, 32 incidents. So when we talk about judicial harassment, of course, that's the more general form of attack. And of all the attacks on HRDs, more than 40% of these attacks are in the form of judicial harassment. So in 2022, we tracked 262 cases. But between the same period, January 2015 to March 2023, 437 lawsuits bear the hallmarks of SLAPPs. And these were brought or initiated by 146 business actors. Again, the highest number of cases occurred in Latin America, followed by the Asia Pacific. I think this was already discussed in the opening, but just review. And this is our metric in tracking what a SLAPP case is. So it's a civil, criminal, or administrative lawsuit. It's filed against a human rights defender exercising his or her freedoms of expression, association, and peaceful assembly. And this is crucial. It has the intention of silencing or intimidating the human rights defender from further engaging in criticism, opposition, and public participation. So these are our parameters. Let's get this. So more statistics on the global statistics on SLAPPs. Again, as you can see, Asia Pacific is second to Latin America. So that's very concerning. And it's, the definitions of SLAPPs can differ depending on the jurisdiction. But we tracked the 310 of the cases include criminal charges, and nearly 90% of the cases with criminal charges occurred in the global south. And most of the human rights defenders that were slapped raised concerns about these projects. Mining, 127, agriculture and livestock, 94, logging and lumber, 35, and palm oil. So most of the sectors are on natural resources. So going more specific, in Asia Pacific, the country that we tracked that has the most number of SLAPPs is Thailand with 51, followed by Cambodia, 28. And you can see the rest on the screen for a total of 122 SLAPP cases. So just want to quickly discuss also why SLAPPs are very effective to stop the work of human rights defenders. So SLAPPs are effective because legal frameworks currently are vague or inexistent on SLAPPs, and cases against human rights defenders are analyzed under the traditional interpretation of the elements of crimes, offenses, devoid of the context under which their actions were made. And often the complainants, corporations, they don't have to win the case. So even before a SLAPP case goes to trial, can already undermine the work of human rights defenders because it exhausts their financial and human resources. And SLAPPs are especially consequential when also the support for litigation is scarce or absent, and or when financial legal aid resources are insufficient. Because SLAPP suits cost money, and there's really not a lot of funding for litigation support for civil society organizations. It's very hard to fund these types of litigations because they go on for years. And sometimes the funding is just for 2 to 3 years. Just quickly on the legal environment in Southeast Asia, for most countries adhere to international legal frameworks like the UDHR, ICCPR, and of course, ASEAN Human Rights Declaration that recognizes freedom of expression, association, and peaceful assembly. And most of our state constitutions in Southeast Asia, all countries except Brunei, guarantee these rights in their constitutions. In the Philippines, Philippines is the only one that has provision on SLAPPs, but it's only applicable. It's a rule from the Supreme Court. It's not a legislated policy from Congress, and it's only applicable to environmental related cases. So this is the rule on Supreme Court rules of procedure for environmental cases. In Thailand, there are certain provisions that human rights defenders can access, specifically the provisions in the Criminal Procedure Code that allows courts to dismiss criminal cases as soon as these are filed if it makes a determination that the case arises from ill intention to harass, to take advantage over a person, to gain any unlawful benefits, or to achieve any corrupt underlying objectives. So Indonesia also doesn't have a anti-SLAPP law, but they have these provisions also in two of the laws that extend protection to human rights defenders. Although we rarely see cases that provide a good example in providing protection to human rights defenders, even with these provisions present. Yeah, I think I'm taking a lot of time, but just wanted to share again. This is a very important event that we organized, and this was during the pandemic. Actually, we together with the ICJ, we organized a regional roundtable of justice actors. We invited judges, justices, prosecutors, members of NHRIs, and civil society to speak about SLAPPs, to discuss SLAPPs. And it was very interesting because they had interesting conversations, particularly with the judges. They focused on, the issue that with SLAPPs, in dealing with SLAPPs, the judges might be legislating. So that's an issue. And the impact on judges being and perceived to be impartial is also an issue. And the need, of course, for guidance and training for judges and prosecutors is the same reflection, because I guess most of our officials are not very familiar, even with the provisions in the law, on what a SLAPP case is. We have recommendations, but I think I can discuss this perhaps later. So yeah, over to you, Kay. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Pochoy, for your excellent presentation, setting the scenes for the panel discussions. Good morning, everyone. So please allow me to shortly introduce myself and the panelists who's here with us in the room and joining us online. So first of all, my name is San Hoan. Okay. And I'm a Thai lawyer and a legal advisor at the International Commission of Jurists, or the ICJ. Quickly about ICJ, we are working in globally and in Southeast Asia and covering a wide range of issues, including addressing the use of SLAPP, target human rights defender in the region. So we monitor SLAPP cases, trends, and tools that invented by the authority to address the issues and provide our opinions on their adequacy. Here with me today, we also have like a panel of experts who are ready to share their expertise and insights on key human rights issues related to SLAPP in Southeast Asia, the legislative and policy development challenges and lessons learned. We also have two experts in the panel. We have two experts from Thailand and Malaysia. So our panel discussion will also talk about these two countries as well. In the room with me, I would like to first introduce the first panelist, Kun Pichamon Yeopanchong, who served as a chairperson of the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights. She's also an associate professor and the head of research at the Center for Future Defense and National Security, Deakin University, Australia. In terms of scope and duty of the working group, I think Kun Pichamon can share more about them, and it's her turn to speak at the panel. Next in the room, there's another panelist, Kun Angkana Nilapajit. So Kun Angkana is one of Thailand's most prominent women human rights defenders. She is also a former commissioner of the National Human Rights Commission of Thailand. She has been awarded several distinguished international human rights awards for her dedications, including the Ramon Magsaysay Award in 2019. Last year, Angkana was appointed as an expert and member of the UN Working Group on Enforced and Involuntary Disappearance. And indeed, it's our pleasure to have Kun Angkana with us today because she herself is also a victim of a SLAPP. There's a criminal defamation lawsuit brought against her by a poultry farm company in Thailand after she tweeted to support their former employees who spoke out about their alleged labor rights abuse committed by the company. Lastly, we have another panelist, the last panelist who joined us online, Selene Lim. Selene is an indigenous woman from Baram, Sarawak, Malaysia, and she's also the managing director of Safe Rivers. Her organization advocates for indigenous people rights and environmental issues. And yes, unfortunately, Selene is also one of the victims of SLAPP. After her organization published an article highlighting complaints made by affected communities, resulting in a defamation lawsuit brought by a Malaysian corporate whose logging activity were the subject of the complaints. Of course, I think when it's her turn to speak, Selene may share more about her cases. So just to quickly touch base on how we're going to run the panel discussion today. So we're going to split into 2 rounds. So the first round, we will invite the speakers, the panelists, to share their experience and share their observation on the SLAPP trends in the regions. And then for the second round, we'll talk about recommendation, what we may do more. They will provide some recommendations, specific recommendation to the state, business actor, and other stakeholders. So yeah, for the interest of the time, I will start with the first round. Probably I can start with Kun Angkana. Could you probably describe your own experience with SLAPP and the threat against human rights defenders in Thailand and the effect on, human rights landscape in the country, including from your experience during your time serving as a commissioner of the National Human Rights Commission of Thailand? The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Kun Sanhawan, and very good morning to everyone. Can I have my slides? Okay. I was sharing with you about my experience on SLAPP as the former Commissioner of Human Rights Commission Thailand and also one of the victims of SLAPP in Thailand. My experience on SLAPP started since 2015 when I was the commissioner, and my mandate is on civil and political rights, including the human rights defenders. I investigate all cases of human rights violation to human rights defenders and traveling all over the country for investigation. And after investigation, the Human Rights Commission released the report with recommendation to state, non-state actors, and also to the parliamentarian. After Thailand coup in 2014, National Human Rights Commission received a lot of complaints from communities leaders, indigenous groups, and human rights defenders about the laws and regulations that violated community rights and some industrial mega projects that caused pollutions and affected to national resources. Many times, local people or human rights defenders who exercise their freedom of expression or peaceful assembly were criminalized by both state and non-state actors to silence them and stop the struggle to protect their communities. Sometimes the plaintiff filed the SLAPP in other provinces. This makes more burden to human rights defenders, especially women human rights defenders, as they have to pay more on the transportation costs, the hotel, and also the lawyer fee. Even though most cases were dismissed by the Court of Justice, but during the long process of judicial system, it creates a big loss, not only to human rights defenders, but also to the families. The Thai researcher who documented the SLAPP cases reported that since 1997 to June 2022, there are 109 cases of SLAPP against human rights defenders. But since January this year, the number has increased to 117 cases. This shows that even the working group and the Office of High Commissioner on Human Rights and the UNDP or the Global Compact try to implement the UN guiding principle, but the changes is very slow and judicial harassments continue. On 2018, regarding to Thailand National Human Rights Commission recommendations to National Legislative Assembly to protect human rights defenders by enacted the anti-SLAPP law to protect human rights defenders. The National Legislative Assembly asking for a meeting with me, and the NRA agreed to amendment section 161/1 and 165/2 of the Thai Criminal Procedure Code to prevent private plaintiffs from filing lawsuits in bad faith or with distorted facts or in order to harass, including to stop SLAPP suits. But in practices, the court never used these sections to stop SLAPP cases regarding to business and human rights. I want to share with you one emblematic case in Thailand. On July 2016, 14 Myanmar workers submitted a complaint to National Human Rights Commission of Thailand. This complaint alleged that one of the poultry company has violated Thailand Labor Protection Act by failing to pay the workers the minimum wage, overtime, or holiday wages, and by confiscation their identity documents. After Human Rights Commission released their report on October 2016, the company filed its first criminal complaint to Don Mueang Court that 14 migrant workers provide false information to Human Rights Commission. On 11 of July 2018, the Don Mueang Court dismissed the criminal charges against the workers. The verdict stressed that the worker complained with good faith. The company appealed. The acquittal verdict was later upheld by appeal court on 30th of May 2019. On October 2019 and January 2020, the company filed two criminal defamations against me after I tweet to support two women human rights defenders in my personal Twitter. This takes 3 years for preliminary hearing, and since this year is the fourth year of the trial. Since 2016 until now, the company has filed a total of 39 criminal and civil cases against 23 defendants, including human rights defenders, migrant workers, journalists, and myself as former Human Rights Commissioner for alleged defamation of the company. Anyone who used it to observe the trial knows that in the courtroom, this is a huge emotion of anger, attack, reprisal, fear, and painful. The reprisals are not only against me, but to all human rights defenders. As one of the victims of SLAPP, I would say that even almost all cases were dismissed by the court, but it created the huge effect to women human rights defenders. For example, before the court starts the trial, you have to ask for bail. You will be under control of the Department of Corrections. The officer will take you to the ground floor, staying with other inmates, the murderers, the drug dealers. Your mobile phone was confiscated, and you can feel that you are powerless, dehumanized, and traumatized. This looks like the pre-trial punishment. Finally, I would like to thank the Working Group on Business and Human Rights and the Office of High Commissioner on Human Rights for always stand with human rights defenders, especially women in all these situations. I will stop now. I welcome your questions and comments later. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kunankana. For those who have questions, please keep it to yourself at the end because we have a Q&A sections after the end of the panel discussion. But yeah, thank you so much because I think we have a very important takeaway from Kunankana presentations that even you win the case in the courtroom, human rights defender win the case in the courtroom, damage has already been done physically, mentally, emotionally, and financially for merely exercising their human rights, freedom of expressions, and freedom of association and peaceful assembly. And also, I think one important thing that Kunankana raised is that even Thailand have a law to address the SLAPP. However, in practice, and sadly, it hasn't been used by the court. So yeah, I think that one thing we're going to keep to an end and see the recommendations of everyone on the panels and any people in the room who might want to share more about this. I'm moving to the next panelist, Celine, who joined us online. Celine, could you please also describe and share your experience with SLAPP and other threats against human rights defenders, including indigenous human rights defenders and environmental human rights defenders that facing in terms of SLAPP in Malaysia? The floor is yours, Celine.
All right. Good morning, everybody. And again, I just wanted to say thank you to the forum for just giving us this opportunity to share what's been happening in Save Rivers, what's been happening to our organization, and even the communities that we are representing in our area. So first and foremost, we are Save Rivers. Just a little bit of a background on what we do. We support and empower rural communities or interior communities in protecting their land, rivers, watersheds, and we do this through capacity building, networking, research, education, and advocacy. So in the introduction just now, you have heard that I myself am indigenous. I come from the very same area in which my work focuses on. So in so many ways, it has a very personal investment even for me to see what is happening in the area itself. So let me just introduce to you a little bit about this area. It is called Baram. So in Baram, you actually have a lot of indigenous communities, even sub-ethnic groups that are there. I am a Kayan, one of the indigenous community ethnic group that is from Baram. So we, as the indigenous community of Sarawak, especially North Sarawak, will look at Baram and say that that is the origin of all our history, our communities, our culture. So how did Save Rivers came to be? It started out 12 years ago when there was a proposed mega hydro dam in the area itself. This particular proposal really started a momentum from the ground up. Communities rallied together. I remembered even seeing my uncles, my aunties, grandmas and grandfathers rallying together because they did not want their home to be submerged due to this mega hydro dam. Because what would have happened was 20,000 people from 25 longhouses would have been displaced if the Baram Dam was built. So that really caught so much momentum that it really we brought the rally and the march all the way from North Sarawak all the way to our capital of Sarawak, which is in Kuching, in south of Sarawak. So that really propelled and really showed how it looked like for a community-based organization, standing together, rallying for their cause. So Safe Rivers has always been a ground work, and it will always be part of our DNA till kingdom come. So that is a little bit about Safe Rivers. And because of this match, I would say this is one of our success story. It is one of our longest, it is our nation's longest blockade, where you had indigenous communities stood at the entrance of all these proposal sites and refused to budge for 2.5 years. So that is actually one of our nation's longest blockade that was ran by the indigenous communities themselves. So I am very happy to report, because of this show of organization and protest, this particular proposed Baram Dam was shelved in 2015. So it is a success story even for my communities that are from Baram. So I wanted to start it out with a little bit of that background, and I'm going to move in a little bit more about the context of where we are today. So I just want to let you know that in my state, native customary rights to land are acknowledged, but it is only acknowledged in theory, because as all of us HRDs and EHRD know, it is really the implementation and the practice that's where we see a lot of the lack. So we have had long history of conflicts, and from what I heard from all my counterparts here, it is also the same in your country, of conflicts over land between indigenous people and even companies. There are at this moment 200 land cases pending even in court. Malaysia has adopted the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People, but they have not rectified. Because of that, there is a lot of vague definition of what free, prior, and informed consent is. And one of the things that we have been lobbying is also, in our custom, our headmen or our leaders were always elected by the communities themselves. But in recent years, in the last 50 years, our leaders and headmen has always been government appointed. And we see this as a conflict of interest, because right now, when these headmen are government appointed, they will not necessarily carry the cause of the people. So I wanted to just start off with a bit of that context, and I will move on specifically now to what has transpired in our SLAPP case. So it started out with this forest management unit that is known as Guranai Forest Management Unit. The communities, all of a sudden during the pandemic, woke up to the story that their area has been certified for sustainable forest management under the Forest Management Unit. So when they found out about this, again, they did not understand how they were certified. They came over to us as an NGO that is working in their area to investigate more. So that was how we started out with our involvement. It was the communities that came to us because they have exhausted all of their resources, all of their platform in trying to understand why was their area certified under the Forest Management Unit. So as we found out more, we started digging, investigating, and one of the things that we did was we started publishing articles of our findings on our website, which is saferivers.org. And I wanted to highlight this because this was the subject of the so-called defamation suit by the company. So this is our website, saferivers.org. I also wanted to show you some of the articles that we published during this time. So these were part of what we were doing. We were telling the public what was happening in the villages and so on. So that's one example of the article. There's also more. If you notice, the next one, we started calling this campaign because it turns out there were a lot of communities that were affected. We ran this campaign that was known as Stop the Chop, where our Baram communities call for an end of this certification of conflict timber. So I wanted to show you all of this and probably some more photos of the blockades and all the initiatives that the communities took to actually defend their ancestral land. So these were all taken from the ground, and I wanted to provide you with this background because this was what led to the next thing, which is Safe Rivers SLAPP suit. So in July 2020, Safe Rivers received received an interesting letter by the lawyer of the company, and after much back and forth in which they demanded that we took down all the so-called impugned articles, we refused, and when they refused in July, they sent in a statement of right and suing us for 5 million ringgit, which is around 1.1 million US dollars. Besides that, and why we think this is such an insidious move is not only did they come for the NGO or the organization, they target individually our 4 board of directors personally in this suit. So I wanted to just show what are some of the updates so far. So we originally were supposed to be on trial in August 2022, but there were a lot of adjournment requests. The court wasn't able to accommodate our case and we were postponed. So it has been postponed again from August 2022 to September 2022 to November 2022. And the last one, which was just 1 week before this particular court date, which was 18 and 19 May, we were told 1 week before the court date that we were not able to be heard in court due to pending criminal cases in court. So now the most recent date is 18 to 20th September 2023. On our end, this really cost us a lot. One of the thing that we had to tread very carefully, and it's really walking on eggshell, was to be super careful about how we represented even our work in the public forum, which is in essence a gag order on even what we do. So in the meantime, all of this is happening. There have been a lot of difficulty in trying to do our work. There is also communities needing their case to be heard. We have pending grievance mechanism that we were engaging in that could not proceed because the company was citing this particular court case as the reason to not proceed in this grievance mechanism. So just to let you know that on our end, we have gone through all of these processes, due processes, but it is at a place where we cannot move further until the court date is, until the trial is happening. So one of the things that we did, and this is probably a very important acknowledgement for us because Malaysia currently does not have, again, an anti-SLAPP legal framework. So there's nothing to define what SLAPP is in the country. That's why everything is filed as a defamation suit. Even the company is stubbornly stating it is defamation. But for us, what we did was, again, it is a small victory. It is a huge victory on our end, which when we engaged the UN Special Rapporteur for Human Rights Defenders, which is Mary, and she took time to really listen to our narrative, gathered all the evidence, and what she did was she came out with a joint communication that was so important to us because it was crucial that our case is recognized as a SLAPP and it is not a defamation suit. So I wanted to just share this with you. I know I have another round later, so I guess for this first round, I am done. But thank you so much again for the forum. You really made it so much easier for us to share our story as well. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Celine. I think one of the important challenge we are facing globally is in the eye of the justice sector actor. Many times, they always say that there's a blur line between SLAPP cases and the regular defamation lawsuit, and that's most of the time we couldn't proceed that. But I think we are hearing some success story sharing by Celine. It also involved the UN special procedures. So moving to the next speakers, Kun Pishamon. Yeah, I think it'd be great for you to share some of the trend and practice that you have observed regarding the use of SLAPP in the region and globally as part of the working group on business and human rights, and probably share some of the work that you did.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you very much for that, and also for the two previous speakers, and to them for sharing their insights as well as their experiences. Personally, not whilst I am in my current role as an independent expert with the United Nations. Previously, I've also been involved in a SLAPP case. It didn't progress very far, thankfully, and that's in large part thanks to the legal system in the country that this concerned. But nonetheless, that experience, even though it cannot compare to what Kun Ankana or Celine have had to go through, was very instructive in demonstrating to me what a toll these cases can have on the people implicated. The psychological, the emotional, and indeed the financial burden of these meritless defamation lawsuits are serious, and they aggravate the closing of civic space that we see in this region, but indeed globally as well. It's frightening, really, that to think that anyone in this room, irrespective of whether you are from business, whether you are from civil society, whether you are a journalist, a human rights defender, or indeed a UN independent expert, all of you can be sued for speaking out, for trying to do the right thing, for raising your voice. And that, frankly, is unacceptable, as we've already heard, not least because of the chilling effect that this can have, and clearly does have, when it comes to self-censorship that human rights defenders feel compelled to do as a result of the risks that they face, but when they are also deterred from doing the very important and legitimate work that they do. And already we are seeing that. As a working group, we hear a lot of complaints, we hear a lot of concerns, and we see that SLAPPs in particular constitute a worrying and growing trend in this region, but also globally. And again, the implications that they have for self-censorship cannot be overstated in that regard. I know people, including the people on the session, but I know a range of individuals who have been subject to SLAPP cases, again, including trade unionists, prominent journalists, and civil society. And again, I cannot understate or overstate the longer-term impacts that these cases can have on their ability to fight, to keep up the good fight. And so really, I'm just going to be very frank here. The use of SLAPPs is an act of cowardice. And as the remarks of the previous two speakers demonstrate, this abuse of power to silence others is having a profound negative impact on the integrity of judicial systems and the protection of human rights that we see here in this region, but also globally. And for that reason, the systematic use of SLAPPs against human rights defenders, in particular by businesses, this is a global problem. And this is a regional problem for the Asia Pacific. And especially in Southeast Asia, where business-related human rights abuses make up a lot of the human rights abuses that we see here. Indeed, the working group's UNGP's 10+ roadmap for the next decade of business and human rights underscore how SLAPPs are a key example of corporate practice that is most starkly inconsistent with Pillar 2 of the guiding principles, that is the corporate responsibility to respect human rights. But it is concerning that we are not seeing more progress being made in this space. The global campaign to decriminalize defamation is currently facing serious obstacles as countries are beginning to reintroduce the criminalization of defamation. In the Asia Pacific region, and according to UNESCO, while 6 states have repealed criminal defamation, with one advancing a partial repeal, 38 out of 44 states have retained criminal defamation in the legal system. And so it's for this reason that as a wider trend, SLAPPs must be stopped. But how we stop them is a matter for all of us to deliberate upon. Again, as I mentioned at the very outset of this forum, we can talk about what needs to be done. The question is, how are we going to actually accomplish this goal? And when it comes to SLAPPs, we can't do it alone. We need the cooperation of states, we need the collaboration of businesses, and indeed we need the voices of human rights defenders, of the victims who have been subjected to these defamation cases. But so with that, I don't think I have anything further to add. Pushai already provided a really excellent overview of the key trends that we see in the Asia Pacific region specifically. But let me just emphasize once more that SLAPPs is a collective problem that demands collective responsibility. It is a global problem and it is a regional problem, and it requires local action to resolve. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pishmon. I think I'll quickly move to the second round of questions, so we have enough time for the question and answer. So for the second round, after we discuss about the trend, the SLAPP trend and challenges faced by human rights defenders in the context of SLAPP, I would like to invite all the panelists to now share the strategies that can be employed to raise awareness about the SLAPP and better in Southeast Asia in your respective countries, and also the major needs for human rights defenders to enhance the protection against SLAPP. So yeah, probably start with Kun Ankana. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Kun Sanghawan. For Thailand, I think everyone knows that Thailand is a champion on business and human rights. Thailand is the first country in ASEAN to have the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights. And the four priorities of the national is one of the four priorities of National Action Plan is about human rights defenders, including SLAPP. But in reality, there's a lot of obstacles and barriers. Even though the National Legislative Assembly in 2016 amendment the section 161/1, but it's really useless. For example, from my own experience, I used to ask the court to use the section 161/1 to stop my case. But the court said that he cannot do that. He has to listen to the company, to the plaintiff first, and after that, he will make the decision. And it takes 3 years for preliminary hearing. That's I told you earlier that it's very painful and there is really stress in the courtroom. Anyway, I have some recommendations. I think that I agree with Kun Pishmon that SLAPP is the holistic problem. So we need all stakeholders to be together to solve this problem. I urge the government that the Thai government should enact a new law on anti-SLAPP to protect human rights defenders. We need the separate law. For amendment, some section in the criminal code is not enough. We need a separate law so that in the law, we can have some section about remedies for the victims. So I think that remedy is very important. Many times we're talking about the effective remedy, but I think that no one of the victims of SLAPP used to access remedy. We have to do more work to earning more money to pay for the transportation and the lawyer fee. And why we have like most of the women human rights defenders have some psychological problem. It's really expensive in Thailand or in Asian countries, I think, to ask for a meeting with psychologists. and so that it's difficult for rehabilitation. I would like to ask the stakeholder to ensure that for the proper reparations, including the restitution, compensation, satisfaction, or guarantees of non-repetition for all victims of human rights violation, including defendants in SLAPP cases. I would like to ask Ministry of Justice about the Committee of Justice Fund under the ministry should support human rights defenders, especially the community leaders who face SLAPP lawsuits, by providing them the fund for bail, transportation costs, and lawyer fee. I would like to ask the Thai government to implement the recommendations of Working Group on Business and Human Rights on their visit to Thailand in 2018 to ensure that defamation cases are not used by businesses as a tool to undermine legitimate rights and freedom of expected rights holders, civil society organizations, and human rights defenders. And the company should play a role in providing an effective remedy to the victims of SLAPP lawsuits and demonstrate policy commitment to refrain from engaging in SLAPP suits. Finally, I'm calling all national human rights institutions, including the regional human rights mechanism, to effectively discharge their respective duty and responsibility under the UN guiding principle to preserve civic space and protect human rights defenders, to end impunity, and to help victims to access effective remedies. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Kun Ankana. Yeah, especially your recommendations about the importance of ensuring the fair, effective remedies that up to international standard to all the victim of SLAPP. Also, the need for support for the human rights defender by all stakeholders throughout the whole process. Next is Celine's. Yeah, Celine's the first year.
All right. I think on my end, I would share on the experiences that we have accidentally found ourselves in because of the SLAPP suit. I think I heard in this forum just now calling this panel as experts, but in the same time, we never felt like we were expert in regards to understanding the SLAPP situation in our country. It's only because it felt like we accidentally became an expert and had to really learn things very quickly so that we were able to curate our defense and make sure that our organization will still be able to operate because of its for its cause and for its people. So I think what I could do again is to really share what really helped us through what we were going through. When we first knew that we were being SLAPP, it really threw our organization into a frenzy. One, it was during the pandemic. And again, 4 of our directors were individually and personally named in the suit. That also means that there is this danger of bankruptcy for both the organization and the directors. So even mentally, emotionally, physically, it had its toll on the organization and our individual directors. So one of the things that really comforted us and even just helped us through was really the network and the alliance of people around us. I fully agree when I think in this forum we mentioned that this really is a collective problem that requires a collective solution. So that in fact was the one thing I would really attribute as our comfort during this very uncertain times. So what we did in our network was they really rallied. Not only that, they also pointed us out to even legal aid, emergency aid fundings and so on that was available, not only locally, regionally, and also internationally. So that was so helpful, knowing that there was this support and there was this help that we could tap into as we were going through this. So we have had so much conversation with people. Like I said again, we felt like we had to very quickly learn about the context of SLAPP in our country, what it means regionally, what it also means internationally. So imagine all of this was done in that span of a year and a half, trying to understand our situation. So again, this was all made possible because of all the network. So again, my recommendation, because of our experience, it is just so important to know that there is a platform where all of this aid, all of this support is available, and even the most fundamental information is available to any of the HRD, EHRD that are going through a SLAPP situation. So I would say that is one. And then the next part, I think this is definitely an experience on our end. A lot of the state actors and even non-state actually do view CSO as a troublemaker. So I think in so many ways, that is the reason why a lot of defense is up. Please do not misunderstand me. I am not defending them. But at the same time, we understood all of a sudden that lobbying and having conversation with sympathetic state actors or non-state actors was also something we needed to do on the side. So because of what was happening to us, we found ourselves in places, in government places, in government meetings where we were relaying our story. At the end of the day, our position is we wanted them to see how vital CSO was in the progress of the country. So we wanted them to see that, we wanted them to understand that we are a very important and vital partner, and that even the increase and the progress of civic spaces should not be a threat to the government. So this is also something that we had to learn its narrative from scratch, sitting down with the government agencies, sitting down with all sorts of international agencies and telling them why human rights, why protecting human rights and making sure that vulnerable communities rights are protected will, at the end of the day, be a good win-win. I mean, I would use that term, win-win situation for us, especially when we are talking about sustainability. Again, this all came because the certificate that was issued for the Forest Management Unit is recognized as sustainable. And how could it be sustainable when it is encroaching on human rights, when it is encroaching on land rights, when it is encroaching on environment? So again, we lobbied ourselves and we try over and over again to say that we are a vital partner in this conversation of sustainability and vitality of our life and environment. So I would say this is probably one of the recommendations based on our experience. It is definitely, of course, not easy. We can sit down in a room with people that already made up their minds on the position of CSOs and NGOs, but it feels like over and over again, it is a work that we needed to constantly remind ourselves not to still keep pressing on. So I would say that would be, again, my recommendation based on the experiences that we had to really go through because of this case. So thank you again to the forum.
Thank you so much, Celine. I think here we come to the last panelist competition on the same questions. Prior to you, and probably you may share how does the working group may do to support the effort to combat SLAPP?
Sure, thank you for that. I will echo what the previous two speakers have already highlighted. In one sense, Kunankana highlighted the importance of anti-SLAPP legislation, and indeed, we need to see more states, especially in this region, enact anti-SLAPP legislation, and to include as part of that, effective remedy. It's also important, I think, was it Pushoy who raised this in terms of training of jurists, ensuring that judges, lawyers, and also legal advocates understand what SLAPPs are and are able to identify them, and for courts to be able to identify them before they are able to progress through the legal system. It's also, ultimately, if we look at in terms of what needs to happen at the state level, clearly we need more robust legal frameworks in this region. We need frameworks that would prevent businesses from being able to file SLAPPs in the first place. Again, this is something that's easier said than done, but nonetheless, there are examples that we're seeing from different parts of the world where anti-SLAPP legislation has been able to come into existence, including in Australia, for instance, there is the state law that is an anti-SLAPP one for the Australian Capital Territory, for instance. So there are examples that we can go by. In terms of what needs to happen from the working group's perspective, if you look at the working group's report on the guiding principles and human rights defenders, SLAPPs are identified as a real obstacle to the ability of human rights defenders to, again, be able to do their legitimate work, but also to gain effective access to remedy for when business-related human rights abuses occur. And so human rights due diligence is central to all of this as well, and ensuring that companies conduct human rights due diligence, including by considering, the actions of, for instance, its business partners, whether its business partners are engaging in SLAPPs and using them as a means to silence defenders and other stakeholders. That is an important part of human rights due diligence as well, but one that perhaps more conversation and more action needs to be seen. It's also important for investors to be very much involved in this conversation and taking action against SLAPPs also, and demanding companies to be more accountable and to not use SLAPPs as a method of judicial harassment. It is also important for investors to communicate to states to inform public policy and legal developments in respect to this area. And then finally, Celine made this point, but it is incredibly important for us as a whole to support mechanisms for legal aid. This is such an important aspect for human rights defenders and stakeholders who are subject to SLAPPs to have the ability to access a support network, but also to access sources of assistance that can help to mitigate, at the very least, the financial burden that these SLAPP cases can have. And so altogether, there are a range of recommendations, and these are recommendations that aren't really new. They're ones that have been in existence for a while now, floating around, and yet clearly, to echo the theme of this forum, there may well be emerging commitment in some places, but we're not seeing enough action. And so again, from the working group's perspective, we believe that SLAPPs are counterproductive. They do not advance human rights. If anything, they detract from the progress that we have made thus far when it comes to the business and human rights agenda, and when it comes to the global and regional implementation of the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. And for that reason, again, we need to see concerted collective action in this space. The working group certainly welcomes inputs from stakeholders on this topic to hear your experiences, but also to learn more about good practice cases where businesses, where states, and where civil society have been able to work together to ensure that the impacts of SLAPPs are either mitigated or to ensure that SLAPPs are prevented in the first place. I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Ms. Shimon. Here's come the time for question and answer. For those who have questions, please raise your hand. For online participants, please feel free to type your question down. We're going to collect it and answer in one go. There's a lot of people raising hand. Probably start with the front here on my left.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Svetlana. Article 19. Well, again, we are working mostly on the ICT sector, information and communication in the morning, still not enough coffee, information and communication technologies sector. And it been mentioned today at the beginning of the session that the space of defenders must be free from the attacks. And ICT sector used to provide that space long time ago when, at least in the physical world, we had more threats rather than the cyberspace. Unfortunately, in our current technological age, cyberspace is increasingly becoming restricted, posing physical threats to human rights defenders, to everyone actually. And various incidents are happening now in the sector. Just to explain why I'm asking the question later on. So there've been Pegasus case, the surveillance, privacy and data protection issues provided by the ICT sector, freedom of expression, restrictions, access to information, platforms providing spreading of propaganda and fake news, telecoms living irresponsibly, which means not only the digital space becoming unsafe, it means also the land issues, the ecology issues, labor issues, and etc. Telecom, ICT sector, telecom and ICT sector as a general, intruding into the endangered species habitats, taking over farmers' lands, engaging into political fights on the semiconductors issues. So my question, what role do you see for the information and communication sector in contributing to protection of human rights defenders, considering the chilling effects of SLAPPs cases and increasing risks faced by environmental human rights defenders in the technological age? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think I will collect all the questions in one go and then let the speaker answer. But I will go to you later, probably the lady at the front.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Georgina Lloyd, and I'm the Regional Coordinator for Environmental Law and Governance at the United Nations Environment Programme based in Bangkok. Thank you all very much for your interventions and your discussion. And I just wanted to bring to focus that the bringing of a SLAPP is an abuse of law and procedure. And why is this? Because in a SLAPP, a party is initiating a criminal or civil case with an ulterior or principal purpose to discourage or prevent legitimate environmental or indeed other human rights work, to restrict the civic space, and to repress dissenting voices. I wanted to share that UNEP has recently released a regional trends working paper on environmental rule of law and human rights in Asia Pacific, which identified SLAPP as a key threat to environmental human rights defenders and indeed broadly the environmental rule of law. Recognizing the significance of SLAPP and the urgency to address SLAPP for the effective environmental rule of law, UNEP has developed, stemming from the working paper, a summary for policymakers on good practices to address SLAPP. This will be available for download on the page of the working paper, which I can share for people later. The other point, which will come to a question, is that we've talked about power imbalance a lot yesterday. And really, SLAPP is a manifestation of power imbalance, as the powerful actors are using SLAPP to stifle legitimate dissent. So the targets of SLAPP are indeed the ultimate partners, the essential partners of government to ensure sustainable development, and should be seen as partners. And this is a point that Celine raised, working very hard for government and other actors, including business actors, to see CSOs as key partners. And while we identify that SLAPPs are a deliberate misuse of the legal system, and as Pochoy said, only the Philippines in Asia Pacific has legal rules that explicitly define what type of legal action constitutes a SLAPP, there remains a need for awareness amongst justice actors. So how do the panelists think that we can best support justice actors to gain that increased awareness in order for them to effectively identify and then appropriately address SLAPPs? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm moving to, okay, 1, 2, I will start from this side. I come to this side later. Okay. Huh?
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Irfan. I'm a student from Indonesia. So for the past 3 days, we have been acknowledging that the importance of the collaboration, of the working together of the with the states, businesses, and also the CSO in defending the human rights in Asia Pacific. And it has been acknowledged as well that that it has been like discussed as well in today that that the collaboration is really needed. And I remember on the very first day that we need to ask on whether like see surround us in this forum itself, like who are not here. And then we see that mostly in this forum itself, most of the CSOs are here. But then we see that the lack of involvement from the business and also the lack of involvement from the state representative in this forum itself is showing that the burden of the defending the human rights is on the CSO. So that's why we call them as a human rights defender, right? And then my question is, what needs to be done actually to increase the active partnership or the participation of business and also state, especially in a forum like this, in where we can have a three-way discussion with the states and also the business. Not only that we're only preaching for the one that has been converted, but the one we can also preach to those non-believers as well. So I guess that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So yeah, the gentleman there.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity. Sometimes even if a country has anti-SLAPP legislation in place, human rights defenders and environmental right defenders sometimes have to face domestic terrorism charges as well. And these are very hard to fight. Are there any kind of support that is available to those who have to go through this from your experience?
Thank you so much. Who else? Okay, probably started. It's on the lady in the back.
ค่ะสวัสดีค่ะสุธาสินีแก้วเหล็กไหลฉันคนหนึ่งที่เป็นผู้เสียหายในการถูกฟ้องถึง4 คดีในการที่เราได้ร่วมปกป้องสิทธิของแรงงานในการถูกละเมิดสิทธิแรงงานในที่ของวิทยากรคุณอังคณาได้นำเสนอไปแล้วแล้วก็ดิฉันได้ฟังคุณอังคณาพูดตั้งแต่วันแรกที่เป็นวันกล่าวเปิดงานแล้วดิฉันก็ได้โน้ตไว้ว่าฉันไม่ต้องการเงิน
I don't want any money. I don't want any remedy. I don't want to be sued. I want to exercise my right because I am a human being. So I took note on the very first day when Ankana mentioned, presented on the first day. We are looking at why the court admitted the complaint in the first place, and they think this is a funny story, and we wanted to listen to the voice of the workers, of the employers, as Ankana mentioned, but the court accept the complaint, but damage already occurred to us. Firstly, we had to find money in order to pursue the case, and we had to find money to travel from one province to another province, which is very far away, and we suffer damage. And when we are in that situation, we feel that our rights are violated. From the tone of voice, we were shouted at. They even prevented us from giving flowers to each other. We were violated the minute the court accepted the complaint until we were giving moral support to each other. So it is quite strange, and we shouldn't allow this to happen again. We have to find a solution. So no matter who, we have to listen to different voices in order to lead to improvements, not making the situation worse. So this is human rights violation.
ขอบคุณมากค่ะ I think we can collect a few more questions. So probably starting from the back, the two gents. Okay, the gentleman at the back. Huh?
Yeah, good morning. This is Erwin Puhawan from Kanlungan Center, Foundation from the Philippines. I have one question and one sharing. First is, what is the enabling environment that makes SLAPP possible? Second, our experience is not just SLAPP case, but other forms of what we call legal oppression or suppression. For example, it's not perpetrated by the corporation alone, but by its sub-agents or by the state itself. Questioning your tax liability, looking at your regulation, whether you're registered or not, wherein most people's organizations are not really registered with the Exchange Commission. So they're trying to minimize and lessen the space. So these are the things that makes, defending human rights very difficult. I know some of you are aware of what happened to the well-known journalists and other professors that are coming up and standing up. So these are the factors that I think that we should also look at. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think your question, you posed the same question as one participant online, so we'll keep it to end. I will just collect two more questions. So the lady at the back and then the lady at the front. So probably start with you, please. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I would like to endorse what the previous speaker has just said, and also endorse the idea of having an anti-SLAPP law. But it's important that we work together to develop some global standards, because otherwise, when the government and the business come together to silence the environmental human rights defenders or the human rights defenders, they may make the SLAPP laws very weak. So it's important that we work together to develop a framework for the law and do the advocacy with our governments based on that framework. The second point that I would like to flag is it's for Puchai. I think the number of incidents that we are mentioning it's important to note that it's not accurate, because there are many community level activists who face different threats, but they're so weak that their harassments are not even recorded. And it becomes even more dangerous when the government sides with the business to suppress the opposing views. And if it is a government narrative on a development model and you challenge it, we always see the government coming with the businesses to kind of harass the so-called anti-development actors like us. There is another very concerning trend that is becoming prominent in our part of the world, is the government trying to regulate the NGOs who receive foreign funds. And if the NGOs offer a different narrative than the government on their development agenda, we see that the government acts to cancel the license of the NGOs, in addition to harassing them on income tax front. So it's very important that the harassing laws, not only the laws that restrict your freedom of speech, but also these foreign donation regulation acts that different states have enacted under the disguise of regulating terrorism, but they're using it against the civil society actors, should also be reviewed. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. The last question, please.
Thank you so much. My name is Sawani. I work as a legal consultant in various organizations, including the ICJ. So my question will go to Khun Angkana. So first, I feel deeply sorry to learn that you are also one of the victim SLAPP cases. But anyway, regarding the data you mentioned, where 117 cases can be characterized as SLAPP cases, we are aware that the significant portion of these cases originates from poultry industry. Considering your observation, are there any recent cases or industry that we should keep an eye on? Thank you.
Thank you so much. So for question, I think I will start with Poshoi, probably you can answer the questions about the lack of corporate representatives when it comes to us talking about SLAPP issues and yeah, some other questions that I would like to answer.
Thank you, Kay. Yeah, I think I'll try to answer several questions that were asked because they sort of fall under the same thread. And I think it was mentioned that SLAPPs, and I wrote this down actually as a reflection. That's also my reflection that SLAPPs is a manifestation and of the status quo. Actually, the status quo. I wrote down symptom actually of the status quo. And the status quo is the inequality of economic and political power. So, and companies, big businesses take advantage of that. And the lack of involvement of businesses and states here in this forum is a manifestation of that status quo. How judges and prosecutors interpret the law is also a manifestation of that status quo. Most lawyers, most judges do not have a human rights lens. Of course, they studied constitutional law. They know the Bill of Rights. But motivations, sadly, are, when they get out of law school, of course, they join law firms that represent corporations, right? So there's really this culture that is prevailing, and the hope is that the law sort of equalizes the inequalities that are present in our society. So yeah, just to say that I think one recommendation really is to continue engaging these state actors, continue engaging business to counter that culture. And we sort of did that with the regional roundtable. And, some inputs were shared that reflect that cold interpretation of the law, right? Most judges really interpret the law in a vacuum without looking at the context that these cases are meant to harass. And we see this happening even with the legislation that is present, and that's really because it's embedded in the culture. And just very quickly on the role of the ICT sector plays. ICT sector, very complicated sector, but they are also corporations, corporations that carry with them the responsibility to respect human rights. So they have the obligation to assess the risks that are related to their business. And as you said, these are, their platforms can be used as a place for hate speech. So there has to be clear parameters for that. And there's also this notion that software engineers, technologists also do not have a human rights background, right? So when they create applications, when they create software, human rights risks are not part of the equation. So we have to have better education, human rights education also of these technologies, these businessmen. Thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you. I think you help answer a lot of questions about ICT, about the state sector actor as well, and about what makes that possible. And you talk about the imbalance of power. I think next I'll go to Kunangkana to help answer the last question specifically to you about the recent cases in Thailand, and probably you talk about the support to the SWAP victim that were raised by one of the participants.
Thank you very much. On my presentation, I said that during 1997 until 2022, Thailand have the 109 cases of SLAPP lawsuits against human rights defenders. But since this year, there are another more 8 cases against one of the prominent researcher that and other people associated with her. I think this is this slide very, I think it's very important cases that for this researcher, she worked really closely with National Human Rights Commission Thailand, and she also provide like a lot of information about business and human rights due diligence, and he supports many groups of people. So it's like that to attack to her and other people. It's very like that to threaten all the people who work on the business and human rights. And for this case, is I think is quite special because the researcher faced the lawsuits, both civil and criminal. And for the civil lawsuit, the plaintiff asking for like 100 million Thai baht. It's about $30 US. That's it's a big amount of money. So I think this is very important, and maybe if I can, I would like to ask all the stakeholders, the UN agency, OHCSR, especially the UNDP, to observe the trial. I think this is very important that so that we will understand what happened. The company who complained the lawsuit is the very big electric company. So it's like the giant person and try to threat the people who are powerless, have only pen, have only mouth to speak. Yeah. May I have a quick response about the justice actor? I want to say only open things. I would say that when we think that SLAPP is the abuses of law, but in many countries, it's not abuses of law, but the laws agree. And or the opening, the channel for SLAPP. For example, in my country, I would say that I used to be members of the drafting Constitution 2007. And if I'm not wrong, in Article 66, it's mentioned about primitive community, the rights of primitive community. But the current Constitution 2017, this word disappear from our Constitution so that the rights of the indigenous disappear. The rights to preserve and to protect national resources disappear from our Constitution. Another thing I would like to say is after the coup Thailand amendment, the Computer Crime Act. And when after amendment, everyone can easily violate the lawsuit to other people who post something. Yeah. And as I mentioned earlier, that maybe at the end, most of the cases were dismissed by the court. But during the long process is a big losses and pain. Another thing I would like to say is about in Asia. In many countries, we have the Nonprofit Organization Act. And this is the act to stop the work of human rights defenders. I think that this is very important, and I think that many countries, many of human rights defenders in ASEAN against this act. Another thing I would like to say is that's very important is how all the government in Asian countries recognize the role of human rights defenders. I think this is one thing that I want to say. If all countries recognize the role of human rights defenders, adopted the UN guideline on human rights defenders, I think the situation might be better. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we are running out of time now. Celine, do you have any question that you definitely have to answer? Otherwise, we just move to Kun Pishamon for the closing remarks.
So they were reading questions, but again, I just wanted to, I don't know how to really do this, but I remember maybe just a very short story. So remember I was telling you about the Bara Mega Hydro Dam. The just to let you know, that was actually a part of a 12 Mega Hydro Dam proposal project. Proposal project that was planned for Sarawak, I mean the state where I come from. And I remember someone told me this story because there was one particular dam that was already built just before they wanted to run the Baram Dam, which was in our area. So it's known as the Bakun and Murun Mega Hydro Dam. Now this displaced communities over, there were thousands of communities that were displaced from this Balaga area. And then for us, for human rights defenders and environmental defenders, when we look at the Bakun Mega Hydro Dam, it is a no-brainer that it is a human rights encroachment. It is not a successful project. It has negative impact. But I was dumbfounded when I found out that this particular case was actually taught in an engineering university. In the class, it was applauded as actually a successful project. Now, I wanted to echo this because someone even in a forum also mentioned that a lot of the technical people, even the certification scheme people, they do not have a background of human rights. So I think in this manner, all of this happened because I want to recognize that it's really a disgusting power imbalance that is happening within our system. So for our end, it is so crucial to continuously demand for our right to speak. So I think it is when we step into the place that we need to speak, bringing with it our human rights background, our understanding, our experience on the ground. This is where someone also mentioned in the forum, we contribute a greater, robust, inclusive understanding of what it really means to work together towards a better system, right? So I really also want to recognize that, but at the same time, so understanding social media. I mean, even for social media, the country, Malaysia, for example, we don't even have the Rights to Information Act. So there is no standardization in understanding what public information is. That is also the basic for SLAPP, because no one really has a definition of what public information is. Therefore, everything is filed under defamation suit per se, because the basis of anti-SLAPP is we as CSO are handling public information that is supposed to be due to public, right? So again, a lot of these basic building blocks are not there. So when we step into our voice should bring a robust and inclusive voice to social media, the acts that governs it, and even for judicial practices. Our problem here too is our judges don't understand native customary rights and native point of view or world view. So again, you see how we have that part to play. But again, we're at a place where when I sit in a boardroom having a conversation with all multi-stakeholders, I also need to recognize some will be sympathetic, but some will step into the room and totally have come up with their own understanding, and they are not there to listen. So I mean, it is definitely an interconnected multiverse of discipline.
So that's why I think we have to wrap up soon too. So that's thanks. Sorry, so I think we have to move to the just a closing remark, just a key takeaway from Kun Pishamon before we move to that. Just very quickly, in response to the question that posed by online participant, when we talk about SLAPP, it's not just a corporate, the case that brought by corporate. SLAPP can be brought by state actor as well. It can be politically motivated cases as well. So maybe we talk about recommendation in this room. It's not applied to only case brought by corporate, but also case brought by the government and authority. Now,
sure.
Yes.
I only have one ask, a request to all of you today. I think it's helpful if we can get the language of SLAPPs, the awareness of SLAPPs more firmly embedded within the public discourse. So if there's one thing I could ask you to do today is if you can tell someone about the importance and the severity that SLAPPs cause for human rights. That would be really much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think thanks all the panelists for joining us today and sharing your story. Thank you all the participants. We hope to connecting with you and further strengthening our future cooperation so we can work together, collaborate, and end the practice of SLAPP. Thank you so much, everyone, and have a good day.
Hi, everyone. Just again, thank you for a phenomenal conversation. The next two sessions will be on downstairs in CR3 and CR4, and we'll be unpacking some of those tools for action, human rights and environment due diligence being one of them, and the right to a safe and healthy work environment.
Recording stopped. Check 1, 2. Hello, Mr. Roberts. I would like to check the sound.
Hello, I can hear you, though it doesn't sound that clear to me.
It's a bit muffled.
Yes. Check, check. Now it's okay?
It's better now, thanks.
Can you turn on your camera?
Yes, please.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, Amber.
Is the audio from my end okay?
Yes, okay.
Thank you.
And can you hear and see me fine?
Yes, I can hear you and see you.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And is that it? Do we need to, we don't need to be on again until in about a quarter of an hour?
Yes, exactly. Thank you, Robert and Amba. We will get back to you in like maybe 5 minutes before the show starts.
Sure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks. Bye.
See you. Bye.
Recording in progress.
अपाङ्गता भएकै कारण उहाँलाई बाख्राको खोर
check 1 2
Sorry. Hello. Hello.
I think so.
Hi, Arzu. Hello, can you hear me?
It's English now. No, you need to.
Hello. 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 Nepal. Yeah. It's not long because there's that. Like that. No, I understood the reason for that. I used to love the the only voice of mama. What do you think about this? Burger. Yeah. Correct.
Correct.
Yeah. What I've done is make like just so I've got an idea. My two team usually in the first round was all kind of practice and making 5 minutes maybe
For your slides, can you give just say next slide so that I would know where to
Check 1 2.
Good afternoon, everyone. We'll be starting the session shortly. So as we allow colleagues to come in, I just want to wish you, first of all, good afternoon, everyone. Just a quick announcement. I believe somebody forgot their cell phone in CR4 this morning. So if you did forget your phone in CR4, please proceed to the security gate and they'll have it for you. Thank you. And we will be starting the session in a few moments. Okay. Welcome to the penultimate session of the 2023 Business and Human Rights Forum, From Commitment to Action. It's been a long but definitely enjoyable 3 days. Over the last 3 days, we have discussed challenges and opportunities of moving the business and human rights agenda forward from commitment to action. We've unpacked tools such as human rights due diligence. We have unpacked as well emerging trends. We spoke of power imbalances, intersectionality, and the need for meaningful stakeholder consultation. However, I must say, if we are to talk the talk on diversity, inclusion, then we must pointedly also walk the walk when it comes to disabilities and the business and human rights agenda. So without much further ado, I would like to again welcome you to this session aptly entitled, Where is Disability in the Business and Human Rights Agenda? I'd like to welcome our moderator for this session, Priya Luka, economist for RBHR. Over to you, Priya.
Thank you, Belinda. Good afternoon for those of us here in Bangkok, and a warm welcome to those across the world joining us online for today's session. It's with great pleasure that I open this discussion on where is disability in the business and human rights agenda. The theme of this year's forum is from commitment to action, and in no area is this perhaps more pressing than in the area of the provision of disability rights. While some progress has been made in relation to the inclusion of persons with disabilities in the context of labour rights, as part of efforts, for example, to prevent workplace discrimination, persons with disabilities continue to face significant barriers to accessing and protecting their wider human rights. Despite the rising demand, the support needs of most persons with disabilities worldwide are not being met, and this became a crisis during the pandemic with severe and sometimes fatal consequences for persons with disabilities. This is especially true, as we know, in the Asia-Pacific region, where an estimated 690 million people live and work with a range of disabilities, with this number expected to grow in the coming decades. We've also seen that the impact is even more pronounced when there's another factor of marginalization like caste, indigeneity, or gender. In the context of the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, businesses have a responsibility to respect internationally recognized human rights, including the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability. Noting this broader need for business sectors to embrace its responsibilities to respect human rights and become a true partner for change, we have three amazing representatives today from disability rights movement spaces, activism, and law. They each bring unique, insightful perspectives from their fields of work and their own lived experience of disability. It's an honor to share this space with you all. The format of the session will be 2 rounds of questions for the panelists and then an opportunity for questions in person and from those of you joining us online. And now, to set the scene for the session, it's a pleasure to invite Robert McCorkadale to give a keynote address. Robert is a member of the Working Group on Business and Human Rights. He is also an Emeritus Professor of International Law and Human Rights at the University of Nottingham and a barrister and a mediator, and he brings 30 years of experience in this field and has published widely in the area, and is joining us very early in the morning from the UK today. Robert, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Priya. I appreciate the introduction. And also, I'm delighted to be here speaking on behalf of the Working Group on Business and Human Rights. Let me just give you an introduction. According to the World Health Organization, about 15% of the world's population live with significant disabilities in physical or mental health. A large percentage of them are in the Asia-Pacific region. Now, these figures mask the fact that many of us here do now or will in the future suffer from some form of disability in our lifetime. Now, there are many forms of disability: physical, sensory, behavioral, mental, developmental, etc. Some of these are from birth or by accident, others as we get older, and many disabilities, of course, are not visible. And the World Bank has shown that persons with disability are more likely to experience adverse socioeconomic outcomes, such as less education, poorer health outcomes, lower levels of employment, and higher poverty rates. And some disabilities or different abilities have greater impact on our lives depending on where we live and other factors. For example, I wear glasses to correct a sight impairment. And testing and having glasses is relatively easily available to me in the country where I live. Yet for so many others, a sight impairment prevents them from working, socializing, or accessing any means of assistance, and they're too often abandoned in their villages or towns. This is particularly relevant when the WHO states that 80% of persons with significant disabilities live in developing countries. And having a disability can certainly place a person in a vulnerable situation, and, as Priya said, more at risk of adverse human rights impacts, including those caused or contributed to by business. Also, in many situations, persons with disabilities are treated as people not being capable of carrying out an independent life, and as subjects of protection, not as rights holders. So where are they in the business and human rights agenda? Well, the UN guiding principles make a few references to persons with disabilities. Guiding Principle 3 on the state duty to regulate on business activities, the commentary to it notes that the state should advise businesses on how to consider effectively issues of gender, vulnerability, or marginalization, recognizing the specific challenges that may be faced by, and they give a range of examples, one of which is persons with disabilities. And similarly, Guiding Principle 12 on business responsibility to respect international human rights law sets out specific treaties and international instruments as being what is called internationally recognized human rights standards. And the commentary to this expands on it by saying, depending on circumstances, business enterprises may need to consider additional standards. For instance, they should respect the human rights of individuals belonging to specific groups or populations that require particular attention. And one of the examples of that are United Nations instruments relevant to persons with disabilities. And of course, the interpretive guide written by the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights clarifies that the reference there is to the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability as the international human rights standard. Now, the Working Group on Business and Human Rights, which I represent today, and of course you've got Pisham there with you, has referred to persons with disabilities in some of its reports. For example, in its gender lens on business and human rights, refers to the different experiences of women with disabilities, as it notes, for example, a single mother, migrant woman, a lesbian, a woman of color, and a woman with disability may experience discrimination and sexual harassment at work in varied ways, while also noting that women often care for those with disabilities in their families and communities. In its report on effective remedies, the Working Group makes clear that in determining what are effective remedies, it is not one remedy for all people in all situations. It states, attention should be paid to the diverse experience and expectations of other groups. One of those other groups are persons with disabilities. And similarly, in other reports, such as on human rights due diligence and human rights in conflict-affected areas, they both note that vulnerable groups can be especially affected and need to be specifically considered. It's also, the working group has considered the adverse human rights impacts of business activities of persons with disabilities in some of their reports on country visits, such as its recommendation to the government of Thailand that they include persons with disabilities in their multi-stakeholder participants. And of course, the ILO, which has probably written more reports on this area than most other international organizations, has produced really helpful guidance to businesses about their actions with respect to persons with disabilities, including in relation to the digital work, just transition, and the green economy. And of course, other UN agencies such as the World Bank do specifically refer to the need for an inclusive approach towards persons with disabilities. And I should also add the OECD, which, of course, in its declaration on multinational enterprises, incorporates the UN guiding principles, refers to persons with disabilities in some of its various reports on particular standards, such as the need to consider the difficulty of access to stakeholder engagement and in forms of remediation. And of course, special rapporteurs, particularly the special rapporteur on persons with disabilities, refer to at different points aspects in relation to business responsibilities concerning persons with disability. So that's the background. But what does it all mean? Well, I think what I see from this is it shows an acknowledgement, firstly, that states need to provide clear guidance to business about responding appropriately to persons with disabilities. And secondly, that businesses need to consider the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities as part of the recognised international human rights legal standards, which is part of their responsibility to respect human rights. But further, I think it shows at least 5 things. That persons with disabilities are a group who are vulnerable to adverse human rights impacts of business activities, including, for example, in conflict-affected areas. Secondly, that persons with disabilities are a group likely to be discriminated against by business in various ways, particularly in work, and being aware of new work context, such as artificial intelligence. Thirdly, this discrimination can be in multiple forms, and due to intersectionality, such as with women with disabilities or Indigenous people with disabilities, and those caring for persons with disabilities. Fourthly, persons with disabilities are a group who need to be specifically included by business in consultations with stakeholders as a rights holder, and that reasonable accommodation must be made available in order to achieve a meaningful engagement. And fifthly, persons with disabilities experience need to be considered in relation to effective remedies. Now, these are all important recognitions. However, in my view, it's all very piecemeal, and there is no broader understanding yet shown of the real position as to where the rights of persons with disabilities stand in the context of businesses and human rights. Yet I might say that persons with disabilities are still largely invisible in the business and human rights space, as is too often the reality for them in life. So what would I say to look at the ways forward? I would firstly remind states of their obligations in this regard and to include persons with disabilities specifically, for example, in the draft Business and Human Rights Treaty. I would also suggest there should be clear guidance by states, businesses, and civil society specifically about the disability-related impacts of business activities, and that it extends beyond the workplace. In businesses, their reports and actions, including, for example, when they use an environmental, social, and governance matrix, should ensure there is specific segregated data on persons with disabilities, including the actions taken by the business to ensure that persons with disabilities are included in every way in their recruitment, accessibility, human rights impact assessments, consultation, remediation, value chains, and so on. I also think there'd be a value in the apparent economic costs of increasing accessibility and reasonable accommodation for persons with disabilities is analysed well. For example, on the evidence to date, this indicates that in the long term, the benefits to businesses in terms of productivity and income, as well as the inclusions of persons with disabilities more generally, outweigh these costs. It would also be good to show evidence of good practices by businesses in this area, if we can find them. I would also say, while including disability issues within other business actions, such as health and safety and labour rights, within the business and human rights responsibilities, I think we need to know that the likelihood is that a specifically disability inclusive human rights due diligence may be needed. Now, often when thinking about persons with disabilities in business, the linkages with work are usually what first comes to mind. However, including persons with disabilities in business and human rights goes much further than that. It means taking into account persons with disabilities when, for example, carrying out consultations. It means taking into consideration the obstacles that persons with disability might face when accessing remedies. It means putting in place, for example, sign language interpreters to allow a person with auditive disability to listen to an event and to file a complaint, as well as being aware of the negative impacts persons with disability might face when dealing with businesses, civil society, and the state. I think also going forward, work with the Office of High Commissioner of Human Rights, UNDP, and other specialised agencies in this area should be seen as a cohesive approach. And we should continue to have these sessions, such as the one today, on a regular basis. So I just conclude with this thought. I hope that now is the time to begin more focus on the rights of persons with disabilities in the business and human rights field. We need to begin to make visible in the business and human rights space those who are so often invisible. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you for framing the many understandings of disability and the lack of visibility and the specific challenges that are experienced. Your expert thoughts on the position of persons with disability within business and human rights matters and your thoughts on the approaches taken so far are also very helpful, especially the intersections that you've outlined that people have and the implications of this for how we think about policy, guidance, and ultimately business responses. Very clear recommendations too. I now have pleasure in introducing our panelists and moving into our first area of discussion. To my right, we have Sawalok Songkwai, who has been a committee member and an expert on Human Rights Committee on the Determination of Gender Discrimination. Since 2016, she has given comments in over 60 cases which were related to discrimination on the basis of gender equality and disabilities with respect to social, economic, and political rights, and all cases are related to Thailand's population under the CRPD. To my left, I have Khadga Magar, who is an Indigenous rights activist belonging to the Magar Indigenous Nation of Nepal. He has been defending the Indigenous rights and the rights of Indigenous persons with disability in particular for the past 18 years, and Khadga is the president of the Nepal Indigenous Disabled Association, an umbrella organisation of Indigenous people with disability that works for indigeneity, gender and disability through an intersectional lens. Thirdly, online, we have Amber Salaka, who is a lawyer and moved into the disability policy advocacy space after a 7-year career in criminal trial litigation. Since 2012, she's been supporting organisations of persons with disability in India, including from underrepresented groups and women with disabilities to participate in policy advocacy. She's a recipient of the Chevening Gurukul Fellowship of Leadership, and at the International Disability Alliance, Amber is the help desk manager focused on the provision of inclusive technical assistance to organisations and partners, and she's joining us from Chennai. So I will ask all three of you to consider the following 2 questions. Why is it crucial to amplify the voices and lived experiences of persons with disabilities in the global and regional business and human rights agendas, particularly in the Asia-Pacific region? And then from the perspective of the stakeholder group that you are representing, what are the specific actions or initiatives that you believe can be taken to amplify the voices of persons with disabilities in the business and human rights agenda, again, in the region? Ms. Sawalok, can I ask you for 3 minutes for you to give us your thoughts on these questions, please?
Thank you very much. Okay, I open the slide.
I think the slide should be coming up on the screen.
Okay. Thank you very much. The organizer and also I really appreciate Mr. Roberts for your presentation. It is really informative introductions to disabilities. According to the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, I would like to draw your attention that the definitions on disability on Article number 1 of the CRPD, saying that persons with disability include those who have long-term physical, mental, intellectual, or sensory impairments, which in interaction with various barriers may hinder their full and effective participation in society and on equal basis with others. It does mean that persons with disability themselves doesn't have any barriers or incapability, but the barriers have been happen and occur within environment or surrounding environment where persons with disability are living in. This slide is to respond to the first questions. Why do we have to amplify voices and life experience of persons with disability? Because it has been a long time a strong societal norm toward disabilities. Perceive that persons with disability need sign language interpreter. We need guardianship. We also need wheelchair, lift, and white cane, or others application which is allow us to access to information. But societal norms always forgets that we have the other identity. For instance, we have gender identity, age, and other human perspective identity. So therefore, with this perception, a specific mechanism or measure to promote and protect fulfill civil, economic, and socialized lack, and also to be able to mainstream and full participation, full and effective meaningful participation of persons with disability in society are really, difficult due to many barriers hinder their participation at the convention's definition. So we have to empower persons with disability to get together and try to, providing more accessible environments. How do we provide them accessible environment? It does mean that we have to have a legislations which is dealing with the discriminations wherever the barriers or these enabling environments exist. It means that the discriminatory practices happens. For the second question, why do we have to promote disability inclusive business? According to the Roberts introductions, we can see the scenario that 1.3 billion persons with significant disabilities living in the world. And this number, is equal to about 1 in 6 of persons without disabilities. However, the world, I'm sorry because got the call. And first of all, the World Bank's report that
every minute, more than 30 women are seriously injured or disabled during labors. And that those 15 to 50 million women generally go unnoticed. In addition, approximately 300 million women around the world have mental and physical disabilities. Women also constitute 75% of persons with disability constituencies in low and middle income countries. And women with disability comprising of 10% of all women worldwide. So with this scenario, first, we can see a huge number of persons who may live with some forms of impairments and of potentials untapped or undervalued markets for every industry, from food, fashion, sport, IT, cosmetics, healthcare, and social services. And the number even going bigger when we include their family members, relatives, friends, and older persons with the same perspective from the slides. We can see a huge number of the untapped talent human resource who can support business firms to gain a strong brand and branding awareness. There are many, best practices around the world to prove that these assumptions, for example, Unico, Microsoft, Google, Accor Groups, AXA, and more and more. All of these global business annual reports show the first, the improvement of the profits in various scales, for instance, profits and cost effectiveness, turnover and retentions, reliability and punctualities, employees' loyalties and company image. Second, competitive advantages, diversity of customer loyalty and certifications, innovation, productivity works on ethics and safety, for instance. And the third, an inclusive work cultures and awareness of equality in diversity become a core value. And this is response and respect to human rights beyond the law, enforcement, and the global requirements on ESG, environment, social, and governance measures, the sustainability and aesthetic impact of the companies. This is a global picture and the picture from the investors. Beyond the moral imperatives, there is a strong business case for disability inclusive. The cost of, exclusion of persons with disability represents up to 70% of GDP in some countries, and with 78% higher revenues, double net income, 30% higher profits margins, and strong next generation talents, acquisitions, and retentions. So a disability inclusive business strategy promises a significant return on investments. We have found a significant and informative report from the World Economic Forums. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Lepedka, can I ask for your thoughts to the same two questions, please? You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. First, I would like, this is my very first opportunity, and I'm very thankful for this opportunity. I'm very happy for this opportunity, and I would like to thank everyone who has given me this opportunity, and I would like to thank everyone who has given me an opportunity, for example, from Nepal, Lahore, AIPP, and the UNDP, who has helped me to come to this forum. And for a person like me, the person who has been facing the intersectional or multiple form of discriminations, so those people are marginalized and whose human rights are always being violated. And he also talked about the COVID. And as he was talking about COVID, I think he spoke the situations about the COVID that I wanted to talk, but I would like to thank him for explaining the situations of the COVID. I also went to a very difficult situations during the COVID time, and I'm also facing a multiple discriminations. And to amplify these voices, I have been working from 2009, and this is the organization's National Indigenous Disabled Associations. Nepal is a country with a diverse and we only not have like a human diversity, but we also have like a physical diversity. There are lots of vulnerability, and as a vulnerable group coming from the indigenous community, I face a lot of vulnerable or difficult situations. And as I'm being from the backward or a discriminated community, I request that the organizations, whoever are working in this for this concept, and the organizations who has been working for the indigenous community and the disability organizations, they are not being able to recognize the need of people like us with a disability. And I represent those communities coming from the individuals' disability. As a person from the CPRD community has already said, the nature of the disability is different. Their interest and need is different. That I would like to. I have a spinal injury, and I need more help. Some people may just require a wheelchair, but I need a personal assistant because of my condition or situation. So what I would like to say is our need is entirely different. And I would like to join this example to the COVID situations. For an examples, during the time of COVID, when the relief were distributed, the distributions was more intended towards the people who were able, but for the people like us who were disabled, there was not any specific requirements, or our specific requirements were not looked into. Only the basic staples of like food were taken into considerations, but they were not able to look into the need of people like me who has a spinal injury. And they were not taken the considerations like the health necessities like a catheter bag, urine bag, like different kind of things that were not looked into the time when they were distributing the relief items. So in this way, we have been discriminated in many ways. Our country is like a developing country, and my community or the indigenous community with the disability lies at the lowest. And when we are talking about the business and the human rights, it is essential to look into our rights. And as the UN CRPD has guaranteed the rights of the indigenous disabled people or the people with a disability, we ask those rights are given to us or implemented for us, and we do not have, or the FPIC is not practiced. And so I would like to draw the attentions of the government and the business houses in these issues. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Amber, can I ask you for your response to the same two questions? You have 3 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. I think that I will try not to cover what was already spoken about in, especially during the keynote address. Thank you very much for that. But one statistic we should not lose sight of is that persons with disabilities account for 15 to 16% of the population. So even if you account for the tremendous diversity and experience of persons with disabilities within this group, there is a huge business case to be made for being more inclusive of the experiences of persons with disabilities. Persons with disabilities, like other minority groups, and I think it's very relevant because we're seeing kind of a lot of pushback to a lot of business practices during Pride Month, which is going on right now. But quite similar to that, persons with disabilities have moved away from charitable approaches to their requirement and are a group which prioritizes being included in a manner that is consistent with human rights-based approaches. There is a huge body of research which highlights the positive contribution that persons with disabilities make in business when we are given the right opportunities to participate. And at the same time, we need to recognize that businesses have the potential to drastically change the lives of persons with disabilities for the better, such as employing universal design in the design of products or services and promotion of assistive technology. It is important to amplify the voices and lived experiences of persons with disabilities to make sure that businesses design products and services that are meaningful and inclusive. And from the perspective of the stakeholder group that I represent here today, which is the International Disability Alliance, being an alliance of organizations of persons with disabilities at the global and regional level, what we believe is that the business sector needs to be in constant dialogue with the disability movement. And here, of course, we stress on organizations of persons with disabilities as representatives of this movement in order to understand what it means to respect, protect, and fulfill the human rights of persons with disabilities. Now, a lot of the dialogue, a lot of the focus has been on safeguarding against violations of rights, and which is rightly so. We also, coming back to what I said earlier, we really need to look at the potential of business to fulfill rights. And perhaps this is something that, I'd like to speak more on today because this may have been covered by other speakers. OPDs like IDA, but also at the regional level, like the ASEAN Disability Forum, for example, or national level OPDs, have an important role to play in providing this technical expertise to work out the how relating to the inclusion of disability rights. It's important that stakeholder consultations are meaningful and that they include the views and experiences of underrepresented groups of persons with disabilities who often do not have a seat at the table, including people who have amplified marginalized experiences due to different identities they inhabit, for example, indigenous persons with disabilities, or like was mentioned, caste in the Asia Pacific context. So thank you very much. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for these really insightful views on representation, and what you're all doing, I think, is really educating us on the factors that go into a comprehensive business approach to help secure rights for persons with disability, but recognizing that that intersectionality of people who often belong to marginalized communities as well is so important to factor in. And as we know, disability is not monolithic. It looks different for people with various different disabilities, as well as for people of different races, classes, and gender. So we're now going to move on to hear directly from each of your three areas of work. Ms. Thawaluk, can I start with you and ask you two questions for you to consider, please? Firstly, as a member of the UN Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disability, what are your observations regarding the current status of disability inclusion in the business and human rights agenda in the Asia Pacific region? And then can you tell us about what strategies or mechanisms can be employed to enhance accountability and monitoring of disability rights within the business sector in the Asia Pacific region? How can businesses be held more accountable for their actions? You have 6 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. I would like to start the slide.
This is the next one for the first set of questions. So the second, we have to decode the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability, because as long as we are running the business, we don't need to think about, impairment, individual impairment. But what we have to follow is the international laws and international trendy and moralities to create or to build our strong branding and image. So the CRPD article number 1 that I already mentioned, that the definition of disability is really close to human rights perspectives that to promote and protect and fulfill. Persons with disabilities are rights holders. So all persons with disability or everyone regardless impairment, gender, age, status, and identities are included in these conventions. So an impairment means long-term physical, mental, intellectual, and sensory. So therefore, persons with disability is a person who have some form of impairment, interacts or plus or the various barriers. So barriers hinder them a full and effective participation in society and equal basis with others. You can see from the first slides, this is a social norm toward disability. What we call attitudinals is become the main challenge or main barrier that societies always perceive that persons with disability doesn't have other human perspective or human identity. This, reflects to disability inclusive business, how to include person with disability in business. And what we have to do, we have to rethink. We have to rethink that persons with disability is a part of human diversities. So we need to mainstream in every society's activity equally with others. So CRPD Article 27 directly connect to work and employment. Actually, CRPD recommends state parties to recognize the rights of persons with disability to work on equal basis with others, include the right to the opportunity to gain a living by work freely, chosen, or accepted in a labor market and work environment that is open, inclusive, and accessible to persons with disability. And then state parties shall safeguard and promote the realizations of the right to work, including for those who acquire a disability during the course of employment by taking appropriate steps, including through the legislations. I would not go to the detail, but just draw your attention that we have the equipment, we have a tool to include disability in business. Just follow the international standards. But the important is how business has to include disability, because we are doing business, we are running business. Why do we have to respond or to involve in persons with disability? Is that your business? Is that your issue? Or others sector business? So I would like to show you this evidence. According to the World reports, again, 1.3 billion persons with disability here living in global around the world. But only, 4% of business are focused on making offerings inclusive of disabilities as a result. Persons with disability are often disregarded as a customers, deprives access to employment, and the current global employment rate for persons with disability is half that of persons without disabilities. In the workplace, persons with disability often experience unequal hirings and promotions standards, unequal pay for equal work, and occupational segregations. Good practice, I would like to draw your attention of the good practice to provide workplace accommodations to make sure persons with disability are fully inclusive. into the workplace. From the annual surveys of the U.S. Departments of Labor Jobs Accommodation Networks, questions employers about providing workplace accommodations. The most recent survey found that employers are open to providing accommodations for employees to retain them on the job. Most employers report zero or very low costs associated with their accommodations. With the accommodations in place, workers with disability are more productive and less likely to be absent. And employers save on works compensations or other insurance costs. The strategies, I think, we should provide peer support to executive business leaders to increase or to gain their confidence and competence to disability inclusions. And we have to open disability inclusion across the value chains by providing appropriate tools and equipment for the company to advance their disability inclusion efforts. And we should share best practices and benchmarks to assist companies in meeting their commitments and responsibility to disability inclusion. And last but not least, to harmonize the EST and the UN Human Rights Treaty. You may know that the EST becomes a new trend for the investors. From the investor perspective, it has been shown that disability inclusive business actually perform better than their peers. But in fact, we have found that the companies embrace best practices for employing and supporting persons with disability achieves 28% higher revenues, double with the net income. You know, as I already present from the for the response to the first question, and also 30% higher economic profits margins over a 4-year period. This is the benefits and reports from the company where there is disability inclusive strategy is available, and the implementation is harmonizing the ESG's perspective within human rights treaty body, and also set up the monitoring and the indicator, which is in line with the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think you've given us so much there on starting with like looking at the decoding of the CRPD and understanding barriers from all different arenas, but really also reflecting on that employment disparity that you really outlined to us, which is everyone's responsibility, especially starting with businesses, and then working towards what an inclusive basis looks like, using tools like safeguarding, but also the value of specific legislation, and really that theme of kind of using policy to positive effects. Really, really insightful. I'd like to turn to Mr. Khadga. Mr. Khadga, I'd like to ask you, what are the business and human rights related challenges and barriers faced by persons with disability who also belong to marginalized communities, such as persons with disabilities from indigenous backgrounds or women with disabilities in the Asia Pacific region? And then how can states and businesses in the Asia Pacific region address this intersecting discrimination faced by this group of persons with disabilities? You have 6 minutes, please.
Thank you. As I've said earlier, I am representing a community which has like multiple layers of discriminations, and its effect is also a very, very multi-layer kind of an effect. And as we have come to the 21st century, despite coming to the 21st century, we still need to discuss on how the individual with the disabilities are viewed. And I would just like to show of like how the disability people are seen. They are viewed as a person in a very, very sympathetic way. They are seen as a person with as a pity, and our society sees them as someone who should be kept inside the home. And coming in the 21st century, when we are talking about the human rights, and when we are talking about the human rights, the people from the developed countries may have their issues have been addressed, but coming from a very developing country, the issues relating to me is very different. And if the issues are not seen from the intersectionality approach, nothing could be done, or our situations or our human rights will not be respected. To explain more about this, I would like to show you a video which will explain more about how the situation is about the situations of the indigenous disabled people, and it is associated with the kind of work that I do. And I would like to draw your attention to the video, which is of about 1 minute.
बाख्राको खोरमा थुनिएर राखेको वर्षौं बितिसक्यो उत्तरी धादिङको खनियाबास गाउँपालिका स्थित सिंगाङ निवासी पारस तामाङलाई
This is a video which shows an individual, a boy belonging to an indigenous community. He is kept in a goat shed from the last 20 years. The parents had kept him in the shed because he has a mental disability, and the parents cannot look after him 24/7. So if he is freed, he runs away. So to control him, they keep the boy who he was kept in the goat shed when he was 6 years. So now the boy is around like 26. So he has been living in the goat shed for about like 20 years. And he is not allowed to associate in the society. So he's not able to speak, and he cannot walk freely and properly. So because of that, he has become more crippled. So as I've said earlier, he has been kept in that goat shed from the when he was 6 years old. Thank you. With this video, what it proves that Paras Tamang, which is the name of that boy, he belongs to an indigenous community. He lives very far away from the city in the rural area, which is a very vulnerable place. And this video, I was compelled to show this video, and it was not my choice to show this video. I just wanted to elaborate it through this video how our human rights are being violated, and the situation is still the same in the Nepal with the people having a disability, and the disabled people and I feel very sad when I have to say, like, this boy has been living in the goat shed from the last 20 years, and this is how the individuals with a disability are treated in our country. But this might surprise the people coming from the developed nations, but this is the reality of our situations. For this reasons, he is now with his grandparents, and his own parents have gone into the city area for the livelihood purpose. So due to this reason, I have like the business houses are creating a development from the land of the indigenous community, but they are not taking into considerations the need of the indigenous community because of the economic situations. The boy did not get any kind of medical attentions. And that's the reason why I want to draw the attentions or to have the lens of intersectionality when we look into the disability situations or the disability context. This is the situations of the indigenous community with the disability. With saying this, what I would like to have presentations through a slide. Can you please go to the slide 2? So this slide explains about the challenges and the way how the indigenous community with the disability or the indigenous person with the disability is viewed is not a very positive one. We are not included in the budget, not the policies. And when we are not there in the policies, we cannot have like participations. And even the international instrument that has been ratified by the country, we do not get any kind of advantage being based on that. And we have been facing the discriminations in a multiple form. And as talking about the private agencies and the government and the concerned authorities or the are not able to guarantee the rights of the individuals with the disability coming from the indigenous community. And we do not have any meaningful participations in any kind. And we do not have or we lack disaggregated data. And this is the situations or the challenges. Now I go to the slide 3. Now, how the business companies can now I would like to discuss on how the business houses or the corporates can include us. We want the business houses to include us and to have a meaningful consultations with us. And we want the business houses to implement the FPIC. And we believe or we think that if the business companies uses or practices the FPIC, we do feel like our interest will be addressed. And before there was a discussions on the CRPD, and it has discussed about the indigenous individuals with the disability. We have submitted a report to the CRPD community, and we have provided some recommendations, and we have recommended for the legal entity or the legal recognitions of the indigenous people with a disability. And we have given that certain recommendations. So by saying this, I would like to conclude here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You've really given us some insights on vulnerability and the views of persons with disability, and particularly the contrast between cultures towards disability, even across countries, and given us a perspective on the importance beyond having a distant understanding to being informed by lived experiences and giving people's stories a visibility, which I think is so crucial. Giving us a sense of Indigenous community needs not being visible, and then moving towards that idea that you've given us of due diligence processes being used to implement the intentions of human rights, and really thinking about meaningful participation and centering persons with disabilities in how we go forward is definitely a really strong message we've heard. I'd like to move on now to Miss Amber. Miss Amber, can you tell us, in addition to labour rights, what other human rights issues are particularly relevant to people with disabilities in the business context in Asia Pacific? And what are your recommendations for policymakers, businesses and other stakeholders to ensure that disability inclusion is comprehensively addressed in the business and human rights agenda of the region, encompassing areas beyond the traditional focus on labour rights? Handing over to you for 6 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. I will not repeat what my colleagues have already spoken about on the issue of discrimination, because I think that that's been adequately covered. But the question is really great, because beyond labor, I think that we need to highlight, or this gives us an opportunity to highlight, that issues like accessibility, issues like assistive technology are human rights issues. These are enablers of participation in all aspects of life and business. And when I say business, I don't just mean those related to core technology. All have a huge role to play in this. For example, if we look at businesses respecting the principles of universal design, and by universal design, we mean the design of products, environments, programs, and services to be usable by all people to the greatest extent possible without the need for adaptation or specialized design. This presents important opportunities that businesses can be more inclusive of persons with disabilities, but also their friends and their families. Too often, issues like accessibility are turned away as not prioritized because they're not deemed to be essential, and I use air quotes here, to life. But all of the human rights that we recognize and prioritize, like education, employment, adequate standards of living, political participation, access to justice, are all hollow if they can't be accessed. Accessibility is a precondition to the enjoyment of human rights, and states have the mandate to enforce accessibility upon the private sector, which is something Saula covered as well. But having said that, rather than something that is a mandate, business enterprises need to take on the mandate willingly as an opportunity to innovate, to learn and evolve and expand to different markets, but while also catering to a larger and perhaps hitherto undervalued market. It's another important issue, which I would like to highlight, is climate change, which we know that is something that the business agenda is also being involved in. OPDs are also very keen and are actively engaging in the climate change agenda, as we are concerned as a group which is disproportionately affected by climate change. To your question about recommendations, again, to prevent overlap, I think just to summarize, it would be to work with organizations of persons with disabilities, consult with organizations of persons with disabilities, as the representative voice of the disability movement. Many organizations like to do, or businesses like to do, things which are inclusive, but could be so much more meaningful if they were actually consultative. I mean, a great example I like to give is, it's a private airline which exists in India. And one of the things they did to be more inclusive is that they developed a safety briefing, like the safety briefing which you find in your seat pocket on flights. And they developed it in Braille. And now every visually impaired person who comes on the plane is given a copy of that in order to read. But the fact of the matter is that you have a significant population, and this is again reflective of the diversity of the movement, right? That cannot read Braille or cannot read English Braille. And this suddenly becomes a tool that they cannot use. And there is no other way in which they are made to feel, or passengers who are visually impaired, who do not read Braille, are included, or who feel safe, or who feel as safe as other passengers do. So it's really important that when you speak to OPDs, that you can highlight this kind of diversity that exists in the movement. And OPDs are also very, very keen to be part of processes that impact us. And this harks back to the slogan of the disability movement, which is nothing about us without us. The business and human rights agenda is something that the OPD movement has been involved in, is keen to continue to be involved with. OPDs have the technical expertise to constructively contribute to the business and human rights agenda. At the International Disability Alliance, we have been informally supporting a variety of stakeholders on their technical questions around disability inclusion. And I will take this opportunity to talk a little bit more about our help desk, which we have formally instituted with the support of Site Savers. And in this help desk, we welcome requests for technical assistance and establishing connections or establishing consultations, stakeholder consultations with OPDs towards bridging the expertise gap of organizations or businesses that want to really engage with persons with disabilities and do the right thing, and the end user group. We respond to queries through our members at the global and regional levels, and we have a vibrant community of practice of OPDs located across most of the global south. And this is an example where OPDs are available to provide solutions to questions or concerns that may exist in different areas of work, like the business and human rights agenda. So with that, I think, thank you very much. I will turn over, and if there are any more questions, I would be happy to respond. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for telling us about the importance of the participation of organizations of persons with disability in the development of inclusive business practices, and really kind of emphasizing that point around accessibility and how it can be mandated, but also the aspects of it, of using it as a spur to innovation. I think it really helps us to think about the design of products as well for persons with disabilities in a kind of more holistic provision sense, rather than moving beyond the exception to it being the default, actually. And then the idea of meaningful consultation, the idea of sharing practices, the diversity of the movement, as you said. And I think the Braille example or the airline that you gave us is such an important example to reflect on. Thank you also for sharing your work at the International Disability Alliance. I think the help desk is a great example of a tool to help bridge that divide between developing solutions for businesses who want to engage in a more rights-based manner. So we're now going to move on to the questions section. If there are any questions from the floor, please raise your hand and introduce yourself. And if you have a question to a particular panel member, please do address them. Thank you. Yes, please begin, and then the person behind in the second row.
Hello, Svetlana Zenz, Article 19. Well, thank you very much for such a great presentation, and especially sharing such, well, not very joyful, but very meaningful experience from Nepal as well. My question would be like more of a general experience from the speaker's side, in terms of if they could share any experience dealing or engaging with the tech sector in order to advocate for inclusiveness of people with disabilities. Thank you.
And can we take the one behind as well, please?
मेरो प्रश्न भन्दा पनि जिज्ञासा यो व्यापारमा अपाङ्गता भएको
It's rather than it's not a question, but I'm more curious about. It is said like the businesses houses has to incorporate the disability from what I have came to know after listening to this presentations. I came to know like there is a multi-layer of discriminations, and intersectionality lens has to be used. And I think we need to include the issues of the woman. And I have not seen any mechanism or any issues that has taken into considerations the indigenous disabled persons, and I have not seen any inclusion of this community. And do you think this is essential, or is it essential to identify the people having a disability? So do you think it is important? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for all the presentations and sharing your experiences with us, Mr. Bahadur. I have a question for Ms. Amber. Ms. Amber, you are representing an organization which is, I understand, doing wonders for the persons with disabilities. There's a little query, you can say, how much persons with disabilities are employed in your organization?
Thank you. Ms. Sawalok, can I ask you to take the question on tech? And then Mr. Khadga, can you take the one on discrimination and indigeneity? And then Ms. Amber, can you take the question discrimination and gender?
So, yeah. Thank you. I think before I respond to your questions, I would like to introduce another my positions. Actually, I am also the owners of business. I have my own business enterprise. I would like to share my direct experience from my side and also from my friend's side, who is a blind man. You know, when we are talking about business, disability is beyond. It's like something beyond business, because the stigmas hinder participations of persons with disability to be included in the business. Whenever we are talking, we present ourselves that persons with disability would like to run business. The questions from business sectors come to us directly. Firstly, you could not do that because it is more complicated. Secondly, second question is, how do you run business? Because you are even, cannot take care of your health and control your lifestyles. My friend who is a blind man is running hospitality business, and he would like to expand his hotel services. So he would try to get more money to expand, to enlarge his business. So he applied for a business loan. But the access to the business loan is very difficult due to the stigma. Bank officers respond to him that he is a blind, how he can return the money to the bank. So he set the scenario. Firstly, when he go to the bank, he show up that he is a blind man. But second, the second time, he set the same scenario and go to the other bank, suppose himself become a low vision, and set up, the talking point. And finally, he get the loan to expand his business. This is show up the stigma. So that's why I start with the first slide with the perception, societal norms toward disability. Or even myself, I am a woman living with disabilities, and I would like to run business and go to business sector and try to connect them and try to build relationship, because my business is in food industries. But the perception of the food industries are still, looking me at a person with disability. So again, we have found that not only, to prove ourselves that we have ability, capability to run a business, but we need effective legislations and also awareness raising programs to business leaderships to be able, to understand to be able to not understand, to be able to rethink disabilities perspective and the perception, and also the understanding of the international standard of not only human life but also on running the business as moralities aspect is also important, and this would not be any problem with a global business chain because they have to follow international standard when they implement their business in a local country. But it really, seriously happened with the local business firms who have not been yet aware of those international standard and international human rights. So it is important to empower persons with disability to get together, to make a change by raising awareness. So CRPD Article 27 reiterate that if third party should set up specific measure to ensure persons with disability are able to be employed and involved in open labor market, to ensure that they are inclusive and they are able to they have some system if persons with disability are discriminated. They will have some system to protect them from discriminatory practices. Thank you very much.
धन्यवाद प्रश्नको लागि।
Thank you for the question. The first thing, to eliminate the discriminations, the human rights needs to be guaranteed. And within that, the experience that we have lived, and to eliminate or to that discriminations, the UNCPRD community, the concluding observations given to the Nepal state, the state has to implement that with sincerity and be accountable. And within that, the community or the individual coming from the indigenous community and the state of their employment, they have asked to take the data on the employment status of the indigenous individual with disability. They have to take that data, and my organizations has been collecting the informations regarding this matter. And while working, I went to a rural area or the village, but I saw that the implementation is very low, and I went and talked to the local authority, and there is no situations where the government has taken any initiative, and I believe like the government has to put our situations into priority. I believe like I was able to answer your questions to an extent. Thank you.
Thank you. And Amber, just moving on to you.
Sorry, I wasn't able to catch what question you wanted me to respond to.
Final one addressed to you.
I'm sorry. Yeah. So just before that, there was a question on working on tech with tech companies, and I think some good examples that I could cite is the at-scale global partnership on assistive technology. They have a pretty comprehensive website, and this is it involves multiple stakeholders, including UN agencies, but also organizations of persons with disabilities are part of this as well. from the global south as well as ones which are based globally. So that's one good example of this is a platform that's trying to engage with industry, but also with states to bridge that gap. With regard to the employment policies of my own organization, I'm happy to report that most of our public-facing staff members, including myself, are persons with disabilities, and many of us are based in the global south. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Robert, did you want to offer any reflections on any of those questions?
Thank you for asking me, Priya. No, I think I would just add one comment about the tech sector, which is that very often those engaged in artificial intelligence, in tech sector more generally, do not take into account persons with disabilities. And therefore, many of their technology provided has not been assisting, and yet it could be. I mean, technology could be a fabulous way forward for some persons with disabilities, but as yet, as far as I'm aware, not many persons with disability have been involved in the creation and development of technology. So I would see this is an opportunity as well as a challenge. Thank you.
I think we're really unleashing a potential action to the tech sector here. So as our session comes to a close, I think we can really recognise that we've shared and learned about what are the fundamental actions that would demonstrate that rights of persons with disability are mainstreamed by business. And I think we have some markers of what transformational change would look like. We've been provided with lots of ideas for what could be done going forward and what impetus there is for business to take its commitment much more concretely forward. And within that, how we can use accountability to create leverage and greater inputs to shape business responses to the disability rights agenda. It feels like small steps in a big agenda, but one in which I think we recognise collectively that the pace of change needs more urgency in order to centre disability rights in all domains. I think the discussions also offered a collective understanding of the multi-layered agenda of disability itself, and this signifies really why making space for it on the agenda is so key. To the panellists and to Robert, I'm coming away with an appreciation for the profound ways in which you shared your work, and you instill in, I'm sure, not just me, but many others, a sense of what allyship means. But when we think about the role of business, we need more than allyship. For the final segment, can you all just give me just 1 minute on what the key commitments you would like to see from businesses are? Amber, starting with you.
I think I would just, I would reiterate that the key commitment I would like to see is meaningful consultation, including with underrepresented groups of persons with disabilities. Thank you.
Mr. Kuiper.
All the things that has been discussed in this forum or the questions that has been raised, it should be taken into considerations, and the stakeholders should be aware, and the right holders should be empowered. I want the commitment from every sector in this regard. Thank you.
So,
yeah, I think just rethink about doing business and perceiving disability in a new way and new trends as a part of human being. Thank you.
And Robert.
I'm not sure I could better what was last said. I would just add that businesses need to respect human rights of those persons with disabilities and make that a recognised and important statement going forward, rather than just something which is often ignored. And so it is part of every single element of their activity. Thank you.
Thank you all. That was very concise and very insightful again. So thank you to all the panellists for your contributions and for taking the commitment to action in the business and disability rights agenda forward for us. Thank you to all the people here in the room and online, and thank you to all the colleagues organising and translating to support this event. I'm now going to hand over and ask Pichamun Yupantang, the chair of the Working Group on Business and Human Rights, to come up and give us her reflections. Pichamun, over to you.
Thank you very much, Priya, and indeed thank you to all of the speakers and to my lovely colleague, Robert, for joining us for this session. Very briefly, I wanted to give you a sense of why we felt it was incredibly important to ensure that this session was on the agenda for the Responsible Business and Human Rights Forum this year. After having joined the South Asian Forum, it was very clear that we did not have any speakers who represented those who have disabilities, and this is a major oversight. As the working group has worked in the space and at our annual forums in the past, we have had dedicated sessions on persons with disabilities. It is very important that those discussions at the global level are reflected here at the regional level, especially in this region where the rights of persons with disabilities, as our speakers have today highlighted, continue to face challenges and require as much support as they deserve. And so with that, I really did want to thank everyone who have contributed to putting together this session. Already it's, the Asian Indigenous Peoples Pact, OHCHR, UN Women, and of course, my colleagues over in the working group as well, have been extremely instrumental to ensuring the diversity that you see on the session today. And so I wanted to just really conclude by reiterating what each of the speakers have already said, that it is important that the human rights of persons with disabilities are respected. And in order for us to achieve that, we require new thinking, we need innovative thinking, and we also need to ensure that consultation and human rights due diligence are conducted in a way that is sensitive to the needs and to the lived experiences of persons with disabilities. And so with that, thank you so much for staying with us until this penultimate session. I very much hope that in your own journeys and in your own speaking engagements and interactions that you will continue to ask the vital question, where is disability in the business and human rights agenda? Thank you very much.
Very poignantly and aptly put. It's a rousing call to action, I think, for all of us going forward from this day forth. Might I suggest that we take a quick break? I think it's 28 minutes exactly. After which we will have our closing session, which will bring together, I think, the outcomes of all of these rich and vital discussions. So please do be back here at 4 p.m. Where we will have our closing session, and hopefully we can also touch base on these key issues. What is the key action on this plenary on disabilities, on the conversations on intersectionality and so on. See you all in 28 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah.
Welcome back. If everybody please could take the seats and maybe try and come in the front. We know that people are tired, but this really is the last 30 minutes. Let's say like what I'm going to say this. We have a lot of and I should introduce. Yeah. All right. Welcome back. As I said, I think we've had really, really interesting discussions over the last 3 days, the last few minutes, but we also thought perhaps we've been here speaking too much, and we wanted to hear from what our participants have to say and what your reflections and takeaways have been. And this is the moment for that. I feel a little bit better because we've had more questions from the floor this year, but we still know that that's a space where we can do more better. But I think this is the last few minutes where we would love to hear from some of the participants who've been here throughout the couple of days for the forum. And with that, I'm going to hand over to my colleague Belinda.
Thanks, Harpreet. And with that, I would like to hand it to Dr. Puchaman to introduce the panel.
Thank you very much, folks. So we're very nearly at the end. How are we feeling in the room? What's the energy level like? Ooh, still raising the roof, I can see, which is excellent. Well, it gives me great pleasure to introduce our speakers for this closing plenary. To my right, I have Munirul Islam from the government of Bangladesh. To my left, I have Banu Tatak, Indigenous Research and Advocacy. And then next to Mr. Islam is one Nur Hafisa. Yes? Yeah. Oh no, sorry, this side. This is what happens when you just came from one session into another for a moment there. So one Nur Hafisa, apologies for that, Human Rights Commission of Malaysia. And we did actually see each other just now, which makes my mistake even worse. And on my other side is Rizwana Hassan, Bangladesh Environmental Lawyers Association, and then Lena Ghosh from the Roundtable for Sustainable Palm Oil. And I believe there should be a Jerome Billion-Jourdan as well from the International Organization of Employers, who is joining us virtually. All right, so altogether we have a really nice, diverse session ready for you here, and speakers who are raring to go to share their insights into what they found interesting, lessons learned, perhaps ongoing challenges from this RBHR forum. So without further ado, let me hand over to you first, please.
Thank you, moderator. As you informed my introductory speech, you told me that I belong to Bangladesh government. Definitely, I am working in the Prime Minister's office with the designation of Additional Secretary who deals with the Sustainable Development Goals. So this is the first time I am representing my government in this forum, Responsible Business and Human Rights Forum. And earlier, with the auspices of UNDP, there were workshops held in Dhaka, and I had the opportunity to participate in that workshop. While that was a good opportunity for me to be known about this forum that is working on. You all know that after the adoption of Sustainable Development Goals, Honorable Prime Minister of Bangladesh has created a high-level post at the Prime Minister's Office, Principal Coordinator SDG Affairs, who deals about the coordination of sustainable development issues being done by different ministries, division, and agencies. And he leads, he steers the SDG Implementation Review Committee, which is bureaucrat-led, but representative from NGO, CSO, private sector development partners, and also the BCCI, that is Federation of Commerce and Chambers, are also represented in that committee. And apart from the national level, there is a committee of division, district, and sub-district level. So when the invitation came from UNDP to participate in this forum, I was a little bit thinking, what is the relationship with the Sustainable Development Goals and the responsible business, and particularly responsible business and human rights issues. But joining in this forum has opened my eyes. And if I think about the Sustainable Development Goals, whenever we are telling about the human rights issue, it is the SDG 16. But explaining the responsible business in the SDG process, we are thinking in the last couple of years how the private sector may be involved in the implementation of Sustainable Development Goals. And we have identified different ministries and division with their responsibility as lead, co-lead, and associate, and have our monitoring and evaluation framework to monitor the progress of SDGs in our country. And also we are trying to, we prepared the SDG financing strategy, how much resources would be required for the implementation of SDGs in our country. And definitely the main responsibility was given to the private sector. So among the total resources, 42% resources might come from the private sector and 34% from the government, and 6% from public-private partnership and 4% from the NGOs. But still we're struggling how the private sector might be involved and how to make them accountable for the preparation or implementation of SDGs in a befitting way. That was the question for the last couple of years. And just very recently, we have prepared an SDG working team, private sector working team, where the employers, the BCCI, that is the Federation of Chamber of Commerce, they were the part, and United Nations Resident Coordinator was also present there. And from the government side, I was also representing the government of Bangladesh, so that it was public, private, and development partners supported a group so that we can take forward. And for the last 2 and 3 years, we were making different workshops and getting some recommendation. But coming here in different way in the last couple of days as I participate in this forum has shown my eyes that it is not the 16 only. If I categorically analyze your responsible business and human rights issues, definitely 16 is the number one or the prima facie, but definitely the question that was raised, that the question that was discussed in the last couple of days was that it is definitely SDG 8, where we are thinking about economic growth and employment and the rights issues. It is the SDG 4, the education. It is the SDG 5, the gender perspective that we are thinking or telling in the last couple of days. The child rights, SDG 4, SDG 8 also. And whenever we are thinking about sustainable consumption and production, it is SDG 12, where the responsible business is definitely aligned with. And also it is SDG 13, the climate change issues. The couple of issues, sections were discussed, environment, it is SDG 15. And life below water is SDG 14. And definitely when we are thinking about SDG 1 and SDG 2, definitely the ultimate results of the SDG 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 will be reflected in SDG 1 and SDG 2. They are the outcome level indicators. For that reason, I think my takeaway from this particular forum is that, yes, definitely we are committed and we are also interested to work with the private sector, because government feels in the light that we are following the private sector growth strategies. Definitely a private sector is their growth engine, but definitely they have to be responsible and responsible business, and considering environmental issue and other sustainable development issues that we are committed to implement by 2030 would be considered by the private sector as well. For that reason, my understanding or my takeaway from this forum is that after going to my country, I will apprise my higher official, and definitely national action plan would be prepared Whatever name might be different on same nomenclature, but definitely we will encompass all the private sector, NGO, CSO, private to come forward and make a participatory approach and come forward a doable and actionable national action plan to be implemented by the government and also by the private sector as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Maniru. That's great to hear that commitment to a national action plan on business and human rights. And goodness, you must have all of the SDGs down by heart at this stage. That was incredible. All right, let me now turn to Banu. Would you like to share your 2 cents on what you observed over the course of this past few days?
Yep. Thanks a lot. Hi, I'm Banu. I'm from Arunachal Pradesh, India. So I was just speaking about it. So I'll be very brief about it. But I think this is my 3rd participation in this forum, and my observations are that this year's forum was, we had a lot of indigenous people's participation, which I greatly appreciate, and I truly believe in, the medium of, engaging stakeholders in dialogues, rather than maybe, other confrontational approaches, right? So, but one thing, having said that, I feel like, I think there are certain areas, where we can maybe focus, where like engaging, small, medium enterprises, highlighting indigenous sovereignty, having sub-regional UNGP frameworks with the governments of these priority areas. Like, for example, I'm from India, right? Like, I don't look like Indian, but I'm an Indian. Yeah, so I'm from Arunachal Pradesh, it's the China border. So one thing we can focus, for example, in India, what happens is that SDG, right? Everybody knows what SDG is. It's there in our textbooks. And the government keeps, now the government has started talking about climate action, SDG 13, and very recently, UNGP, so these are but relatively very new concepts, as in like in practice, so maybe we need to bring in, lobby more government officials, especially from India, like, big players like India, China, definitely China, right? And also, one more thing I'd like to add was when we talk about corporate accountability, right? Like, maybe one thing this forum can initiate is engagement between, these right holders, stakeholders, indigenous groups, and priority areas directly with companies, these MNCs that we keep talking about, right? Like, because in our sessions that we were attending, those companies were not attending really. So it's like kind of like echo chamber, where we are talking to the same people, placing our similar concerns to each other, right? And definitely, sure, we have a very strong network of solidarity, but we need to think about dialogue and, exchanging communication, especially with somebody on the other end, like the companies, the government. So, and I'm sure they'll listen to us, right? It's just about the right way to lobby. Like, yeah. So looking forward to next session. I hope there'll be more Indian companies and representatives like in this session. And really, but yeah, it's great. It was great. Like I love how we were given, the access was, it was a very easy access to engaging with people, Kevin, Harpreet, even Chairman Dr. Pichaman. So thank you so much. That's it.
Thank you for that, Banu. Really interesting and helpful insights there. And I want to just clarify, I'm always accessible. Just kidding. I have to say, I saw you, Banu, over at the South Asia Forum. It's great to see you here as well. And, in order to complete the set, you have to go to the next big annual forum on business and human rights in Geneva. So that's a plug for all of you in the audience as well. All right, let me turn now to Juan. Would you decide again? I don't know why I keep turning that way, but Juan, would you like to share with us your observations and your takeaways from this forum? Thank you.
Assalamualaikum and very good afternoon to everyone. Thank you, Madam Moderator, the organizer, and everyone
involved in this UN Responsible Business and Human Rights Forum Asia Pacific. It is indeed an honor for me to be on this stage on behalf of the NHRI teams. A little bit about myself. My name is Wano Hafiza. I'm working with the National Human Rights Institution, or popularly known as SUHAKAM. I'm attached with the Education and Outreach Division, responsible to conduct training and capacity building on various human rights issues for various stakeholders, including these business and human rights issues for businesses and companies. So what I can say is that the involvement of NHRI in this Business and Human Rights Forum is we have a good participation, but of course we could do more. We also had an exciting sharing session and engagement during our training held 2 days prior to this forum. Thank you very much to the trainers, to Prof. Justin Nolan, Prof. Martine, Dr. Ahmad Shahid, to UNDP Rep, Ms. Harpreet Kaur, Ms. Zoha, and other NHRI counterparts who attending this training session. Of course, Malaysia, Thailand, Indonesia, Nepal, Bangladesh, Maldives, Mongolia, and Sri Lanka. I myself learned a lot from the training and of course this forum, and on the issues and best practices from other countries. I believe that all the knowledge and inputs that we have gained during these three to 4 days forum could strengthen our work on BHR, especially in carrying out our work and mandate to promote, protect, and respect human rights. For example, in the case of SUHAKAM, we will be able to strategize and re-strategize our advocacy work with the government with regards to the finalization of the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights, which we expect to be launched somewhere this year. And of course, learning from the lesson learned from Thailand, who have been adopting Business and Human Rights NAP previously. So we don't want our NAP National Action Plan become only a plan, only plans. So the commitment to action. So we also thinking of how to strategize in order to implement this national action plan. And other than that, we also could enhance our training and capacity building costs to businesses, companies on business and human rights, HRDD on for responsible conduct, and develop modules on business and human rights, because at the moment we only have 1 modules on business and human rights. So we hope that we can develop more training modules on BHR, develop more BHR promotional materials like infographic, brochures, pamphlet, and enhancing our visit to the business sectors, business factories, plantation, construction sites, and other business sectors to investigate if there is any violation of human rights incident. And I'm sure our friend, my other friends from other NHRI will be also doing the same. Most of the NHRI is mandated under the Paris Principle to have a role in advising and recommending the government to fulfill, protect, and respect human rights. Not only that, NHRI also has the role to educate people and relevant stakeholders to respect human rights following the international standard, values, and principles. Thus, the involvement, the engagement, the participation of NHRI on these BHR issues at the forum is very crucial and could be more significant. So I think what can be proposed to increase the engagement of NHRI in the forum is the sharing of experience from NHRI on how they could deal with BHR issues in their home country. For example, maybe we could invite our Malaysian Commission to share on the challenges that we face in order to promote BHR to businesses, to companies, the journey and the process that we took from 2010 to convince the government to develop the NAP BHR. And now we look forward to the launching of NAP BHR this year, or the sharing session from NHRI Thailand on the implementation or monitoring of NAP BHR in Thailand, due to the fact that they have already adopted the NAP in 2019. With this, it could assist other NHRI to strategize their advocacy work in working together with the government to develop NAP BHR. Maybe there are countries that have not have this NAP BHR, and strategizing other promotional and educational activities on BHR to businesses. I'm sure that my other colleague attended this forum with me will be agreed with me that this forum provide excellent exchange of knowledge from the experts. We enjoy this forum, the side meeting, the parallel session very much. We get a lot of knowledge, updates, best practices, and etc. from various stakeholders, the state, the international bodies, the business actors, the NGOs, CSOs, and even our NHRI friends. Personally, I will definitely utilize all the inputs in this forum for my capacity building session with companies, businesses, be it the bigger companies, the SMEs, the contractors, or even the smallholder farmers, especially with regards to the human rights due diligence, supply chain, occupational safety and health, and other related issues on BHR that I've learned in this forum. I hope the UNDP could assist us, the NHRI, in providing training of trainers course to NHRI officers so that the dissemination of information could be more wide and effective. Overall, I believe that all my friends from NHRI have been very beneficial and valuable experience and knowledge from this forum, and we will be able to carry out our mandate in the BHR areas effectively upon returning to our home country. I hope that the relationship that we have built, the new connection that we have made during this forum would continue, and we could learn from each other. A Malay proverb says, "Bersatu teguh bercerai roboh." In English, it says, "United we stand, divided we fall." This reflects best in this area of BHR, where the responsibility, the duty to protect, respect, and fulfill human rights requires the collective action of everyone, not only the sole duty of the government, not only the sole duty of the business, but everyone. On behalf of SWAHACAP and other NHRIs attending this forum, we look forward to other engagement with all of you again in the near future. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that one. I understand that Jerome, you are online and you may need to leave soon, so we are going to turn over to you. Thank you. Oh, and look at that background. Can you hear us?
I can hear me as well.
Loud and clear, thank you.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, and I'm extremely pleased to be with you today. I apologize. I would have loved to be with you in person, but we are in the middle of an extremely busy and I would say quite challenging international labor conference. And I had to stay in Geneva. So greetings from Geneva. As it is the first time that I take the floor, I mean, I'd like obviously to thank the organizers. I really have a long list of organizers. Is UNDP, ILO, UN Women, IOM, the Office of High Commissioner, UNEP, UNICEF, and I presume that the UN Working Group on Business Human Rights is also supportive of this forum. The list is long and it shows that the business and human rights agenda is an agenda which increasingly is seen as an agenda, a cross-cutting issue among sectors. I'm extremely pleased to be with you, to connect with you from Geneva on many grounds. The International Organization of Employers, we are a network of more than 148 employer and business organizations worldwide, and we have in fact many members in Asia. And some of the members, including our representative from the Kaidaran, the Federation in Japan, had the privilege to join also online and very early, and must admit she had to join at something like 4 a.m. from Geneva a couple of days ago. We have this very strong network, a network which makes me today the representative of not only this large number of employer and business organizations, but with those organizations, we represent approximately more, in fact, than 50 million companies worldwide. So I feel humbled to speak and to defend the interests of companies. We are privileged to be in this position to join the closing, and I'd like maybe to make a few remarks with, in fact, I try to reflect in the best way to formulate my remarks on around three questions. When we are at the closing of this Asia forum, I think the first question, which has been addressed already by my co-panelists today and for the past few days, is the who is to be involved in the business and human rights agenda. And here I also would fully agree with what I've just heard. United we stand, divided we fall. It is indeed an agenda where we need to have states, obviously business, but all stakeholders, international organizations, and civil society all on board to make progress on the implementation of guiding principles on business and human rights, and more widely on the business and human rights agenda. On our side, as business, as representative of business, we are fully committed, and I can testify that since I've joined the International Organization of Employers only a few weeks ago, I have seen a lot which is being done at the global level, but also at the national and regional levels by our federations, but also by business companies. I'd like maybe to highlight that we have one specific work stream which will be of interest for all of you, I suppose, is to establish a global center on human rights and responsible business conduct, which would serve the purpose of strengthening the capacity of all our members worldwide, and with them, obviously, to strengthen the capacities of all companies, the major multinational companies, as well as the very small businesses. And this is an endeavor where I think we can work together with others to make it really a center which would allow us to strengthen the capacities throughout the supply chain, from the suppliers to the buyers, at all levels, when it comes to the implementation of the guiding principles on business and human rights and other responsible business conduct standards. Important on the who to highlight the key role that obviously states have to fulfill in implementing the guiding principles on business and human rights. Let's not forget pillar 1 of the guiding principles on the corporate on the state duty to protect. Now, turning from the who to the how, I think what clearly comes out of this forum is something that I've heard also in my previous life, and you may know me from my previous life as a diplomat, where I was already involved in the finalization of guiding principles on business and human rights, and had the privilege to work with John Ruggie. What we had with the guiding principles, and continues to be our compass, in a sense, this idea of a smart mix of measures, national and international, mandatory and voluntary. So there's a clear methodology on how we go about it. And I think what we see today is exactly what is happening. We have obviously a number of voluntary initiatives, but increasingly we see also a trend towards mandatory due diligence. For instance, it's very clear in the making of the directive at the European Union level on corporate sustainability due diligence, which will have, if and when this directive is adopted, it will have implications globally. It is not only for European companies, it would apply also to non-European companies, and will have obviously a spillover effect on throughout the supply chain. So that's definitely an area where on the how we have that smart mix, in a sense, in the making, and obviously business companies are prepared to do their share, but we need also to make sure that legislation at regional or at the national level is crafted in such a way that it is operational, and that it can be turned into practice by business companies of all sizes. Finally, and I'll end with that, the who, the how, and I think we have also to question ourselves on what. When we have a forum like this one, what I've heard as well, and what I've seen in this forum and others, is that increasingly we see how the business and human rights agenda needs also to be seen in a wider context. If we want to generally make progress on the implementation of guiding principles on business and human rights, we need to look at root causes of decent work deficit, such as the lack of good governance, weak institutions, corruption. We also need to address, well, the elephant in the room, so I would say in the virtual room, which is informality. Let's not lose sight that approximately 60% of the workforce worldwide is in the informal sector. So that's a challenge, I think, both for states but also for companies, how to move forward in addressing this issue of the informal sector. And I think we should also look at the business and human rights agenda in the wider context of profound changes as we see them at the regional level in Asia, but also globally. And I would mention just two transformations having impact on the world of work. One is obviously the fast-paced evolutions linked to the evolutions of technologies and the impact it has on the world of work, the digital era, but also what is in the making. And we could list the number of technologies impacting on the world of work, and how would that obviously be seen through the lenses of business and human rights. And secondly, the changes that we see and likely to be increasingly impacted on the world of work as a result of climate change, and as a consequence as well on how we are going to mitigate the risks of climate change, with all the issues connected to, and that's one of the areas which is currently being discussed in the framework of the International Labour Conference here in Geneva, all the discussions about just transitions and how does that impact also on the implementation of the guiding principles moving forward. So with this, I hope despite me not being with you, and I wish I had the pleasure to meet my co-panelists, but I hope there will be other ways to connect. And you can count on us, the International Organization of Employers, to be with you all as a partner with all our federations, and to continue moving forward on this important journey of business and human rights. And I would just say that I have much hope when I see a forum of this kind, the quality of the discussions, just what I've heard today, but also what was reported to me over the past 2 days, that we are on the right trajectory to continue working together to progress on business and human rights. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Jerome. All right, let's now turn to Rizwana. Would you please take the floor? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I actually planned my afternoon slightly differently. I had a very smart shopping plan, but Harpreet spoiled it. She said I have to be there, and thank you.
I would actually say still it's her, really.
I know. So, people have different priorities. Those of you who are still staying back to listen to us are actual fighters. Those of us who have left are not really the fighters. You see, when I look at the program, it's not that I attended all the sessions, but I find the program to be fairly comprehensive. You don't really discuss every aspect of business and human rights in meetings like this, but you get to network with people. And for me, it was very pleasant because I have come to know of my PMO of this year, and he has come to know of my existence. So my networking has actually been very strong. I have talked to someone who is not from any ministry. He is from the Prime Minister's office itself. So I feel very empowered. From now on, I'll be able to use his card saying that, look, I know someone at the PM's office. See, when we talk about business and human rights, to me, the terms still appear to be inherently contradictory. I'm an environmental justice advocate, and I find that there is still a lot more to do. When we talk about responsible business and we tag that with human rights, I think from rights, we have to take the march towards justice. Mere recognition of rights or mere incorporation of rights in legal documents do not automatically deliver justice. That's a different journey altogether. And for justice, the processes that we all follow, whether it's business or it's government or it's NGOs, there have to be elements of accountability. There has to be transparency. There has to be inclusion, and there has to be participation. In my part of the world, laws that actually empower people to participate in a meaningful way are being weakened. So I see that the state machineries often see the calls for environmental justice as a barrier to development, and that is why they go on to weaken the existing legal framework that we have that promote participation. But I think in a forum like this, we get to, somewhat bridge the differences to some extent. We are talking about responsible business, that is all right, but I think that regression in today's world is higher than any time before. If you see the number of environmental human rights defenders being killed, is actually on a rise. But the thing is, we are now collecting the evidence. We are documenting those. We are talking about it, and we are trying to get the actors to answer to us. That is the only difference that I see happening. And regression aggravates when there is strong, unholy cohesion between the business and the government. Personally speaking, I'm not scared of the business. But when the government comes with the business, that only has profit in its mind and nothing else, that only has profit in its mind and is ready to frustrate all provisions of accountability and participation, that is where the problem starts. At the same time, while regression is on the rise, at the same time, responsible business is also gaining more support, which is something to be hopeful about. But we have to keep in mind that when we talk about responsible business, we do not automatically brand them as green. As an environmental justice advocate, I have seen how even dirty businesses, not very responsible businesses, are getting, awards for being green. So when we talk about making them responsible, it's not only law, policy, or institution, it's also the right set of motivation. Does the business have the right set of motivation? Are the fossil fuel companies ready to answer what sort of a world they will leave behind for their children? So I think having the right set of motivation, having your heart in the right place is important. So while we talk about developing, handbooks for responsible business, it's also important that the right set of economic argument, a vision for the world, the right set of motivation is given. And I think that is a discussion I would like to see more in future events. I still believe that there is a good degree of hypocrisy that exists when we talk about responsible business. I mean, let's not just put it under the carpet. We have to accept that reality and from that point start marching. But as I see that in my country alone, after Rana Plaza, 200 garment industries have got green building certificates. And I can see the changes in their psyche. And the changes in their psyche have come because otherwise they lose their export market. So right set of motivation actually always helps. I think one aspect that I haven't really seen here when I talk about government and business unholy cohesion is the involvement of anti-corruption commissions. In many of our countries, we not only have Human Rights Commission and Information Commission, we also have anti-corruption commission. I think if the human rights defenders are trained on how to use that tool, that will also be a value addition to their efforts. As a justice advocate, I always demand that we call upon our governments to recognize right to environment. Mere recognition of right will not help if there is no law that will also talk about recognizing ecocide and holding the companies responsible for committing crimes against the nature. It is also important that the national governments give legal recognition to the defenders. We have heard this morning about Philippines having a legal framework, but I think we can all work together to develop a sample legal framework to protect the defenders. And I also emphasize on not only talking about the, the attacks on the defenders, but we should be talking about setting regional solidarity mechanisms and international solidarity mechanisms for the defenders. Thank you all.
Thank you so much for that, Rizwana. Sorry that your shopping plans had to be postponed, but that's right, Bangkok never sleeps, so you can always go out there and do more shopping. But really important question there, does business have the right motivations? So let's turn now to Lena, if you can weigh in and give us your thoughts on what you've heard and seen over the course of the few days. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vitwan. First of all, I want to say that, yes, I've learned a lot at this, and I'm an EB. It's my first time. I do wish I could clone myself and to attend the various sessions. I'm only here because of Harpit as well. And I'm very glad I'm behind this flower, so I won't have to see her dirty looks. But she asked me to share my thoughts about this whole 3 days. And so I may not be very popular, but I will share my thoughts. For me, I heard two sets of voices. One that says, yeah, we're doing a lot with our principles. We've got a lot of tools. We've got apps. On the other hand, in particular in my session, we find that there is actually a lot of unclarity, and this type of clarity is required by the business sector. And with the plethora of initiatives, what we find is that we have inconsistent reporting and inconsistent assessment basis, and this then leads to cherry picking. So for me, I see forums like this should also address the lack of supply chain actors, who, by the way, have an equal voice, and all these initiatives that we do will invariably involve them, and they should also be here having a say. Because I'm new, I guess, what do we do with all the rich discussions that we've had? We've heard about new initiatives, new ideas, new proposals, but what do we do with them after today, after when we go back to our places? Is there some sort of strategic communication that we use so that we can inform to the wider world about the things that are actually taking place in our region, as opposed to sometimes maybe the perception is that we're not doing enough in our region. I also want to say that business also want to do their bit, and it should not be business versus CSOs or NGOs, but business and CSOs working, dealing in partnership with the evolution of what is being required from them, from the other regions, from the EU, from the US. Our voices should be with them. What is our responses to those initiatives? Is this that we jump on the bandwagon? Do we have something to offer that is maybe, like I think Sean had mentioned, that would be maybe more workable for our region? Is it a step-by-step evolutionary approach that seems to work in our region? I guess I just see that there should be more collaboration, and I don't perhaps maybe see that, maybe I can't see that in 3 days, but maybe after this, I may. I also feel that, a forum like this allows us the opportunity to, take our collective voices and to push forward what we are doing here, what the businesses, the CSOs, how are we fighting our battles in terms of the requirements for human rights? Or maybe it's a risk assessment approach that might be better. Why are we not collaborating together the businesses, the CSOs, trade unions, to avoid greenwashing of human rights due diligence. Also, the tie between sustainability and human rights. It's not so clear. It really isn't so clear when you are actually having to implement that. Because it's a track of sustainability taking away human rights, but we see no, it should be together. But then do we see that on the ground? Frankly, if you ask me, I don't see enough governments. It's great Bangladesh is here. I've seen and a couple of others, but I don't think we have enough representation from governments and not enough business players. If we want to work together, if we want this to be successful, then the businesses also need to be here. All of us need to be here. And ultimately, the governments are the ones that can help push forward the requirements for civil society, NGOs, and the business so that there is a fair and reasonable approach in terms of assuring human rights. So with that, I'm just going to end. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Lena, and for sharing your frank thoughts as well. Indeed, I would take what you were saying and would say that if you are a government or a business or indeed any other stakeholder that's listening to this right now, please come join us for next year and actually the annual Forum on Business and Human Rights in Geneva. Because you're right, we do need more collaboration. And I think I started my opening remarks with asking, the room, who are we missing from this conversation? Who do we not see in this room today? And if anything, I think it highlights that we've come a fair distance, but there's still much farther to go. But with that, I would like to ask everyone to just pause for a minute and still have a look around the room, including the person who's just about to walk away. Just kidding, just kidding. Just have a moment to look around the room. Who is missing? But also who is actually here in the room right now. I think it was made earlier, I think it was Rizwana. The fact that you are here in this final session after 4 long days is a real testament not only to your commitment, but also it's a demonstration of what is actually possible. So really, thank you so much for being here with us throughout all of these very long days. Thank you to all of the speakers for sharing your insights and your thoughts on how things have eventuated for this year's RBHR Forum. And really, I just wanted to ask everyone to give yourselves a round of applause for being the leaders, the inspirers, the motivators for the business and human rights agenda. And with that, also thank you to everyone who is online and hopefully still watching this. Thank you for also sitting there in front of your computer screen and engaging as best as you can. And I wanted to end by just saying, as I was listening to all of the speakers, it occurred to me, what we need is perhaps accountability, compliance, and transparency. And together, what do those 3 words, what are the first letters of those 3 words spell? Act. That's right. I tried another thing. It's not going to be a hashtag this time, but we need action now. So thank you again. Thank you to the interpreters. And with that, I'm going to hand over to the lovely Belinda to close us off. Thank you. Close us off. That sounds weird. I'm just going to hand it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jaman. And actually, and on that call to action, if we could just take a few moments just to express final word of thanks. I would like to call on Aparna Basniat from UNDP Asia Pacific. And apologies, I know I did not pronounce your surname correctly. Thank you so much, Aparna.
So good afternoon, everyone. I realize I am standing between you and the shopping, so I'll be very, very, very brief. But I did want to take the opportunity to thank everyone, the closing panel, of course, but also on behalf of all the co-organizers of this 5th United Nations Responsible Business and Human Rights Forum for Asia Pacific. So the co-organizers, I think we heard them earlier, is ILO, IOM, OHCHR, UNDP, UN Women, UNICEF, UNEP, and the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights. And we've had over 50, more than 50 partners who came together to make this forum a really fruitful gathering. So over the last several days, we've had many rich and insightful discussions. You heard just now a summary of those discussions. And it was not just only in the sessions themselves, but as somebody's already said, in the corridors as well, where we managed to connect with each other and find ways in which we can perhaps work together beyond this forum as well. We're really grateful for the constructive engagement of so many stakeholders, governments, national human rights institutions, businesses and industry associations, civil society organizations, human rights defenders, academia, and many rights holders themselves, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, UNDP remains committed to promoting and implementing the UN guiding principles on business and human rights and to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. So let me take this opportunity in particular to thank our development partners without whom this forum would not be possible, the government of Sweden, and as well as our partners in the EU and the government of Japan. I would also take this opportunity to really thank all the co-organizers that I mentioned in the beginning, and particularly the UN Working Group Chairperson, Pichamon, for working together with us to make this forum a reality. And let me also take this opportunity to express my gratitude to the teams that have been working tirelessly on the sides of this session. So to the UN Conference Center, the team from the UN Conference Center, Just Kafle and Kanchana Sibuan, the videographer and photographers who you've seen all throughout this forum. You'll be able to access all their pictures online. The interpreters, of course, for working throughout these 4 days. And from UNDP's side, I would particularly like to thank our country offices who are here and the colleagues in the country offices that have been working to make this a reality. Zohar Shahid and Samad Aftab from Pakistan, as well as April Cummings and Do Nguyen Ha from UNDP Vietnam. And let me also acknowledge the support provided by Kun Ratapol, Kun Sue, Kun Som, and Ali. And finally, last but not least, the amazing Regional Business and Human Rights Asia team, who many of you know very well, Livio, of course, Sean, Belinda, Kevin, Ha, and last but not least, Harpreet as well. And I promise this is the final one. So, and the final thing today is I wanted to thank you all as well, as we've already heard, really for your passionate engagement throughout this forum. And for really pushing forward this agenda. As everybody's noticed, you're still here in the room, and we really look forward to working with all of you to really move this agenda from commitment to action. Thank you very much. Oh, we're done. That's without much further ado, that's the end. Thank you. See you next time.
Recording stopped.